Secretary of State to hold this inquiry, which is into an appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of existing buildings, an outline planning application for residential development, including means of access into the site from Rugby Road, provision of open space, associated infrastructure, and the provision of a sports pitch, erection of a pavilion, formation of an associated car park. So, just a few housekeeping matters before we start this morning. Mobile phones, can you please turn them on to silent or turn them off completely? Laptops, if you've got notifications on those, can you also turn those off so they don't interrupt us and distract us? I don't imagine anyone intends to record or film the event this morning. We have no one from the press here today, which we have had in the past. Fire evacuation, as far as I know, there is no fire drill scheduled today.
I've just been told there is. At 11 o'clock.
Fine. We will try and make sure we have a break around 11 then, just to accommodate that. Okay, so presumably that's just a drill. So if it does sound as a real alarm, it isn't at 11 o'clock, we are asked to make our way down to the main staircase, out of the main doors of the town hall, and then congregate at the entrance to Caldecott Park. And then an officer of the council will give us instructions when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, it's a little while since we last all met, and there were a few outstanding matters and bits of information that were being requested. But I'm not going to go into those today because some of those involve the Rule 6 party who aren't here this morning, so we'll leave that until tomorrow. I think because we have some new faces, we'll do some introductions this morning so everybody knows who we all are. So I think I'll start with the council first.
Yes, good morning again, Madam. I am Hugh Richards of Council, instructed on behalf of the Borough Council, and today I shall be calling one witness, Miss Ella Casey, who is sitting to my left.
Okay, good morning to both of you. We'll just go around. Mr. Goatley.
Morning, ma'am. Peter Goatley, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by DPP and I'm here on behalf of the appellant. We are anticipating simply having observer status for the purposes of today. Yes,
that's fine. If there's anything you do wish to comment on, then I'm very happy for you to take part, or I might ask you some questions, actually, just to understand your position in relation to this particular contribution request.
Understood, ma'am.
So thank you for that, Mr. Goatley. And to the NHS Trust.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dan Jokes. I'm one of the Associate Directors of Finance at University Hospital, Coventry, Warwickshire. So
you representing or acting on behalf of Mr. Gilks, is that right?
I am, yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said something else then, sorry.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm Dan Jilks. Yeah.
Oh, Jilks, sorry, I thought you said Jones, sorry. That's my apologies. Yes.
Hello, good morning, madam. Nice to meet you. I'm Ashley Bowes. I'm a barrister instructed by Lena Marie and Collier at the Wilkes Partnership on behalf of the Trust.
Okay.
Thank you, madam, for allowing us to participate in the inquiry.
That's all right, you're welcome. I'm glad we'll be able eventually to resolve the availability issues and secure an appropriate date for everybody. Right, okay, thank you for that then. I think that's really basically all I need to do in terms of introduction this morning. Is there anything from any party before we start? Procedural matters? No? Okay, good. Now, I have allowed some time for both parties, if they wish to address me in terms of legal submissions, allowing half an hour each. That isn't absolutely essential. I have certainly read those legal submissions, so if there's anything you want to point out, anything you wish to speak to this morning, then I'm very happy to give you that opportunity. So I'll turn to the council first.
Yes, I think I would like to just make 3 points overall, if only to highlight what I think is some common ground between us, because there isn't a formal statement of common ground between the parties. And the first point stems from Regulation 122 itself. In paragraph 1 of my legal submissions, I set out Reg 122. 3 tests in 122.2, A, B, and C. Common ground that they all have to be met in order for a contribution, or the contribution in this case, to be lawful. And then the second point, which I believe is common ground, comes from paragraph 2 of my submissions, where Mr. Justice Holgate said in the Leicester case at paragraph 29, top of the second page of my submissions, that these are legal requirements now, not simply policy requirements, a matter with which I think you're probably familiar. But then, as with so many things, once you've established what the legal meanings are, then the matter of their application is a planning judgment for you. So that, for example, when we're talking about 122A and whether something is necessary, then that calls for what Mr. Justice Holgate called an evaluative judgment, i.e. planning judgment by a decision taker, initially the council, now you. And the same applies to whether something is fairly related in scale and kind or reasonably related in scale and kind, and so on and so forth. And then the third point, which may or may not be of some comfort to you, and it was highlighted too in Ms. Casey's evidence, and that comes from the Leicestershire case, where Mr. Justice Holgate said, in terms, the funding of the NHS is a devilishly complicated thing. And that he wasn't sure that, or it was very difficult to get to the bottom of it in the Leicestershire case, even with expert counsel on hand to explain the intricacies of the funding of the NHS. So I think the third item of common ground is probably that you have our sympathy. But that's what we're here to do. As you know, in both the Leicestershire case and the Worcestershire case, the issue, or the matter being judicially reviewed, was a decision of the respective councils, committees, as informed by their officers' reports. So far as I'm aware, this is an occasion where the matters are being ventilated at an inquiry. It's not unheard of, but quite how detailed previous inquiries have been is unclear from the papers. I don't think there are many where live evidence has been called. So against that backdrop, you've got both our legal submissions document and Ms. Casey's witness statement. And that's all I would propose to say in opening, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Yes, just as a point to all parties, as Mr. Richards has very helpfully said, this is a complicated matter, and I'm certainly no expert, so the simpler it can be explained to me, the better, I think, so that I get a good grasp of it, which might be difficult to do, but we will see how we do. Anyway, Dr. Bowes, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Madam. I'm grateful for you reading our legal submissions. I won't read those out, but could I make 4 points by way of opening? 4 points. The first point is, as Mr. Gilk sets out, this trust and this hospital is operating at 98% bed capacity. That's significantly over the 85% bed capacity threshold for safe care, and it is therefore creating an impact on the ability to safely treat people who present at the hospital. What follows from that, he says, is that the uplift in patients presented by this scheme will exacerbate that problem. The second point is that is a material planning consideration, we say, because both the development plan, policy HS1, and the NPPF, para 92, set out that the impact on health, healthy communities, access to health facilities are material planning considerations. So we say that the impact the trust is experiencing and will experience as a consequence of this scheme is a material planning consideration. The third point is who pays for that, which is really, we would suggest, the central issue of dispute for you to resolve, if you feel it's necessary to you to resolve. We say, and Mr. Gilkes will explain and no doubt be tested on, that the trust cannot mitigate that, and it cannot do that by asking for extra funding from its commissioners, the ICB, and so the choice is between not funding it and it being funded by the developer. The fourth point and final point I'd like to make by way of opening is that the Leicester case and the Worcester case were both ultimately factual judgments about the evidence presented to those planning decision takers. And you've been given both those cases. If I could just give you the reference in Leicester, that's paragraph 138 in Leicester. Where the judge says the members were advised by officers and they are taken to have agreed the trust failed to provide sufficient information to show there was a funding gap. And in Worcester, paragraph 74, the judge says the trust accepts that it had to demonstrate the existence and size of a funding gap. The report explained why it had failed to do so. So, in my submission, those are judgments which establish that on those facts, in those cases, those trusts had failed to provide sufficient evidence to that planning decision taker. They are not authorities for establishing that it is not possible to fund a trust through a planning obligation. So those are the 4 points I'd like to make by way of opening. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Bowes. Right, in that case then, we will move on to the meat of the evidence in chief. So I'd like to invite Mr. Richards to present your witness, please.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Casey to take up the seat that we've been using. And I assume that you have got available her witness statement. It would be useful also to have Mr. Gilkes' witness statements and also the two High Court judgments. Have you got Leicester and Worcestershire? Yes, they have. They have. So, Mr. Casey, would you like to turn your microphone? And now I have successfully done the trick of getting you on the screen. To introduce you then to the inquiry, you're from paragraph 1.1 of your witness statement. Your name is Ella Casey and you're the Senior Major Projects Officer within the planning team at the Borough Council. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you hold a BSc Honours degree in Chemistry from the University of Liverpool and a Master of Arts degree in Planning Built Environments from Birmingham City University, and you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
Correct.
And you tell us that you have over 6 years' experience in working in town planning in local government in both planning policy and development management.
Yeah.
And then at paragraph 1.3, importantly, you tell us that the evidence which you have prepared and provided is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of the MRTPI.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good. And you confirm that your opinions are your true and professional opinions. First question, are you an expert on NHS funding?
Definitely not. I don't think. Well, I think there's a very limited number of people that can claim to be.
Okay. And have you read the two High Court judgments with which we are concerned?
I have, yes.
And insofar as the learned judge, Mr. Justice Holgate, set out his findings about how the NHS is funded, do you rely on his findings in that regard?
I do, yes.
Right. So then if we go to your witness statement, on page 2, at paragraph 3.1, you set out the Regulation 122 provisions.
Yeah.
And then at section 4, you go to the Leicester case, and you note at paragraph 4.2 that in Leicester the need for a contribution towards an NHS funding gap had not been identified in the development plan process and was not explicitly reflected in development plan policy. Pausing there, is the situation in Rugby any different? Was this issue, NHS funding gap issue, looked at in the examination of the Rugby local plan?
No, we don't have any policies in regards to this either at Rugby.
Okay. And then so far as the Worcestershire case was concerned, at paragraph 4.13 in your witness statement, you set out a quote from Worcestershire, paragraph 57.
Yes.
Again, is that a further reason for you deferring to the findings of Mr. Justice Holgate as to how the NHS is funded?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, in both cases, they had expert counsel of David Locke, who is an expert in these matters, assisting the High Court decisions, and even then, they found it difficult to kind of make clear exactly what the funding processes are.
And halfway through the quote in your paragraph 413, the judge says this: however, Mr. Cairns, he was King's counsel for the NHS Trust in Leicester, accepted in Leicester that the funding rules do not preclude a CCG, that's a clinical commissioning group, now known or now replaced by an ICB, and NHS Trust from negotiating a block contract for the next financial year, which takes into account population growth or additional hospital activity resulting from first-year occupancy of new development during that financial year. So far as Mr. Justice Holgate found that the funding rules do not preclude that, is that an important matter in your judgment?
It is, yes. The NHS have obviously expressed in their statements what the current situation is and said that they cannot negotiate a different contract. However, the High Court decisions do show that there is no, well, it doesn't preclude them, the funding rules, as to them actually renegotiating a different contract.
Okay. Now, part of the NHS trusts in our case, part of their claim difficulty is that they say that they either cannot or it's very difficult to predict when new housing will come forward and be occupied, and therefore new patients will present at NHS Trust premises for treatment. In your witness statement on page 7 at paragraph 5.4, you deal with that issue. Can you just summarise for us, please, how the council monitors delivery of new housing and whether or not it would be possible for anybody else to monitor and predict when new housing is likely to be occupied?
Yes, so as a starting point, there's the local plan that sets out the housing supply over the next 15 to 20 years. And then 5-year land supply position is published on a yearly basis, and that actually tracks which permissions have been granted, which ones are under construction, and which ones are therefore being delivered, and it tracks which years they are to be delivered. So for this application, as it's an outline application, there's a significant lead in time because there would be discharge of conditions applications, and then also another reserved matter application for the landscaping. So in terms of tracking this application, it would be quite easy to predict when it would be delivered based on our 5-year land supply, which is informed by the information that the appellant would give to the council. So yes, there would be an easy way to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it might be that there isn't somebody sat in the offices of the NHS Trust with the necessary skills or experience in planning matters to do it. But do you have planning consultants either acting for developers or other bodies who are monitoring your 5-year housing land supply and taking a keen interest in what housing is delivered when?
Yes, regularly. We have various emails saying, has this started, what's happening with this site? Some of them even go out and monitor themselves and do a bit of the work for us.
Right, okay. And why does the planning industry as a whole take a great interest in the delivery of housing?
Because the government wishes to promote the delivery of housing, and every planning authority knows that if you aren't delivering enough housing, then there are repercussions for that. So if we don't have a 5-year land supply, then other developments will come forward that don't necessarily align with the local plan. So we monitor that rigorously.
And do you have to make a return to central government?
We do, yes, on a yearly basis. It's the housing flows reconciliation, so we do that, and there's also the housing delivery tests.
And do you happen to know whether the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities shares the returns that you provide with other departments, for example, the Department from Health? Do you happen to know whether that sort of cross-fertilisation of information goes on at a central government level?
I assume it would, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
But it's quite easy. It's like we get information from our housing colleagues and other teams within the council. So in theory, it could definitely happen, yes.
Okay. And so what do you say to the claims that it's that you can't reliably predict when new housing might be occupied and generate patients for the NHS Trust?
I think that you definitely can predict, and you can rely on the evidence as it's tested at appeal normally on a yearly basis. So yes, you can definitely rely on it, and definitely other departments that ask for Section 106 contributions do rely on that evidence.
Okay. Now, we're told that the contracts between the ICBs and the individual NHS trusts are negotiated every year.
Yeah.
Is it possible to, do you think in your view it would be possible or practical to make those predictions as to housing occupations a year in advance of them being occupied?
Most definitely. It's very rare that even a site with full planning permission will deliver any housing within the first year after being granted, because there's just so many things that have to happen first: site clearance, discharge of conditions. There's so many steps that have to be undertaken that it's very rare that would happen within 1 year. So yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gilks, you've read his statements.
Yes, both of them.
And has he answered that concern as to why it's simply not possible to predict?
No, it just says it cannot be done based on the current contract, and it's the rules that the NHS Trust are within.
Now, one of the things that Dr. Bowes, my learned friend Dr. Bowes' speaking note alights upon is a mention in the Council's SIL compliance statement.
Yes.
A reference there to funding out of general taxation.
Yes.
Do you recall that reference?
I do, yes.
Do you want just to make a comment about that?
Yes, so paragraph 2.18 within my statement, it wasn't intended to be as written. I was trying to reference other organisations such as education, but obviously it is not the case that in relation to national taxation, it doesn't necessarily preclude it from meeting the SIL tests if it's funded by national taxation.
Okay. So you're not pursuing any such point?
No.
In front of the inspector?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned education, and the NHS Trust draw some comparisons with education.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, so far as education is concerned, the requests come from the County Council as Education Authority, is that right, to you as the Borough Council?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of projects do the County Council seek to fund through 106 contributions?
Either extensions to schools or a new school.
So bricks and mortar?
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Bowes and I will both say to the inspector, no doubt, that revenue funding is not a bar to 106 contributions. It doesn't always have to be physical infrastructure, bricks and mortar.
Mm-hmm.
The example I always use is that if you had a problem with traffic outside a school and you wanted to mitigate that impact, you could mitigate it through the provision of a zebra crossing or a pelican crossing. That would be physical infrastructure. Or you could mitigate it by the provision of a lollipop person. That might be revenue infrastructure.
Yes.
So Dr. Bowes and I are of one mind, I think, one submission to the inspector that the mere fact that something is not physical infrastructure is not a disqualification.
Yes, I would agree.
But so far as the methodology used in education contributions, does the County Council have any difficulty in deciding whether a school is at capacity? How do they decide whether a school is at capacity and needs extending or replacing it with a new school?
So they look at the live records, they monitor it on a 6-monthly basis, and then they look at the number of places that have been filled or are going to be filled, and then it's the surplus and deficit at that point in time.
Okay. And so far as the number of pupils in a school is concerned, do you know how the County Council establishes that figure?
In relation to...
Yes.
Sorry.
When a County Council is trying to decide are there any spare places in a school,
mm-hmm.
They have presumably a figure for the capacity of a school in terms of pupils.
Yes.
And then they will tell you whether or not there are any spare places in that school.
Yes.
Does that mean they count the pupils?
No. So in terms of, there's the two aspects of it. So the local plan, for example, they would look at GP records as to how many children will get to school age, and then from that they will look at what's needed through the local plan in terms of new provision. But in terms of Section 106 contributions, if they look at the number of dwellings on a site, they will use the population figures, so the number of people within each dwelling, and then they'll make certain assumptions. So say for the smaller dwellings there won't be as many, and then they'll compare that against the existing records, which they monitor on a 6-monthly basis.
Okay. And on that basis, does an education authority have any difficulty predicting when new pupils are going to be living in new houses?
No.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Casey. Is there anything else you want to ask before Dr. Bowes asks you any questions? Sorry, is there anything you want to say before Dr. Bowes asks you any questions?
No, nothing
All right.
further.
Thank you very much. Please wait there.
Okay then, thank you, Mr. Richards. Dr. Bowes, if you'd like to cross-examine, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning. Is it Miss
Casey, yes.
Miss Casey, I'm sorry, it's a very awkward question, but that's,
That's fine.
just the process. Thank you very much, Miss Casey. I just want to start with some questions about impact, and just see if we're apart on that. May not be, may well be. You don't, I detect, dispute that the 85% bed occupancy rate is the threshold to maintain adequate patient care, do you?
No.
No. And you don't, again, I detect, dispute that this hospital, the University Hospital, is currently operating at over 98%.
No, that's the figures that you have provided, and obviously you are the NHS dressed, but your client is, so yes.
Thank you. And similarly, I assume, something you could have checked and said if it was wrong, Mr. Gilkes draws attention to the Care Quality Commission report, which ranks this hospital regrettably as requiring improvement. You saw that?
Yes.
And one reason being that patients are waiting for admission to a ward spent longer in the emergency department than in most hospitals in England. You don't dispute that's what they found?
No, I don't dispute that.
And therefore, we'll get on to who pays. But if it were unmitigated, the additional population from this development would exacerbate that already unsatisfactory situation, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Next set of questions I want to ask you, Ms. Casey, is about planning policy, upon which you are, of course, an expert. The framework, first of all, paragraph 92, do you want to take that up at CD 8.1?
Was it 92, sorry?
Yes,
Yep.
and when you get there,
Yep.
it's 92. And that tells us, doesn't it, planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places which, and we've got a number of subheadings, number of subparagraphs, just draw your attention to C, enable and support healthy lifestyles, especially where this would address identified local health and well-being needs.
Yep.
If this impact were not mitigated by someone, it would not address identified health and well-being needs to grant planning permission without a contribution, would it?
It would not, no.
And could we take up next your local plan, sorry, the Rugby local plan? You've got a proprietary view of it as well, but your local plan, which
Yep.
is CD 8.2. get it myself. And I think if we turn to page 63, that should be policy HS1. Printed page 63, PDF page 68 if you're looking at the electronic document. And that sets out healthy, safe and inclusive communities. The potential for creating healthy, safe and inclusive communities will be taken into account when considering all development proposals. Support will be given to proposals which, and then if I draw your attention to the third bullet from the bottom, deliver or contribute to new and improved health services and facilities in locations where they can be accessed by sustainable transport modes. It would not, question for you, Ms. Casey, if unmitigated, again, come on to who pays, but if it were unmitigated, granting planning permission would not deliver or contribute to new and health services and facilities. It would in fact frustrate that objective, wouldn't it?
Yes, I agree, and I agree that there is the impact has been shown. However, there is still the question of, as you said, who pays? Who pays?
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Case. That's very helpful. But as you understand, and correct me if I got this wrong, but the inspector has to go through a sort of cascade of questions.
Yeah.
Is there an impact? Is that a planning consideration? And then can it be addressed otherwise than through developer obligations? That would be right, wouldn't it, for her decision-making process?
Yes, and especially in relation to the seal compliance test.
Exactly so, yes. Exactly. And so it follows, doesn't it, that as we've seen through the framework and the local plan, if left unmitigated, there would be a conflict with local and national planning policy, wouldn't there?
Yes.
And that would be a planning harm which would weigh against the grant of planning permission, wouldn't it, in her overall planning judgment?
It would be a harm that would be weighed within the planning balance, yes.
Yes, and it wouldn't weigh in favour of planning permission, would it?
No, it wouldn't, but it would weigh within the balance against various other
of course.
Things.
All planning is a balance, absolutely. And I think this is a point you've dealt with helpfully in chief, but let me just make sure I've understood your position on it, about borrowing and taxation and such. Mm-hmm. It would still be a planning harm, if unmitigated, even if the body seeking to mitigate it, in this case the NHS Trust, had borrowing powers or tax-raising powers, wouldn't it? Those questions are not relevant when you're applying the SIL test.
Yes.
Thank you. Lovely. Great. Moving on then to the who pays question and where we go with this. First thing I want to ask you is a series of questions about before this proposal came onto the horizon. So before there was a planning application, and obviously we're still in the pre-permission stage. Just understand how this could have been mitigated before. It's common ground, I understand it, that there is a 5.6 years land supply against the 2022 report.
It's been updated now.
Is that because it's been updated to 6.1 years in the 2023 report? Yes, you're doing even better in housing land supply terms. Well, that's uncommonly good news. And that's judged against the stepped housing requirement in the local plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not against the standard method in this authority because you've got an up-to-date plan?
Yes, it's up to date, the step requirement, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that figure, as I understand it, it is accommodating Rugby's objectively assessed needs as they were at the point the plan was adopted, but also an element of the unmet needs of Coventry. Yeah?
Yes, a small element, yes.
Okay. At the appeal site is not an allocation in the development plan that I could see, is it?
It's not, no.
No. So before this planning proposal came into view, you're the NHS Trust, you'd look at the development plan housing requirement, yeah? You'd look at the housing trajectory, and you'd look at the land supply figures as reported by the council. And you would not have anticipated, even doing all those things, this particular proposal, would you?
Not at that point in time, no. However, if you're negotiating on an annual basis, which is what the trust does, then at a certain point, this site would come onto the 5-year land supply. And as I said in chief, there is a lead-in time to every development, which is normally well over a year. So there would be a point in time where the NHS could predict this development and the housing on this site.
Okay, promise you we'll come on to that in just a moment. Choppier waters, I fear, may lie ahead of us. But just on this, just finishing off this line of questioning, I'm obviously not going to ask you legal questions unless you like me to, but the Leicestershire and Worcester judgments that you say you've read and you're familiar with, just factually, they were both allocations in the respective development plans, weren't they? Do you want to turn them up, just to satisfy yourself with that? I don't want to take an unfair point. So if you want to look at Leicester, 15.558. You take up paragraph 4. Harbour District Council adopted the Harbour Local Plan on the 30th of April 2019. The spatial strategy in SP1 requires 12,800 dwellings. Much of that figure comprised development already completed or committed. The site is allocated as a strategic development. It is the largest allocation in the local plan and represents about a third of the housing allocated in the district.
Yes.
Yeah, so in the Leicester case, it was an allocation and indeed the largest in the plan, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then in Worcester, next CD, 559.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, para 4 again. Some may imagine Mr. Justice Holgate has a template for judgments, but anyway, para 4. February 2016, the 3 defendants jointly produced the South Worcestershire Plan to cover the whole of their respective areas. Policy SWDP 45 allocated land for 6 urban extensions to Worcester, of which the largest, SWDP 45-1, a site with an area of nearly 250 hectares, referred to as the Broomhall community and Norton Barracks community. It was allocated to provide inter alia 2,600 dwellings and 20 hectares of employment land. So that was an allocation. Again, coincidentally, the largest in the plan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So just before we move on to the situation today, before this proposal came on scene, it is not your suggestion, is it, that the Trust could have foreseen this particular proposal? Not an allocation, council had a 5-year land supply.
No, they couldn't have foreseen it. I mean, this site specifically, it was discussed at the local plan hearings, so it was originally within the local plan. It was then taken out by the examiner. So there was definitely developer interest in it, and it is a previously developed land site. But on paper, no, they couldn't have said this site will definitely come forward.
Yes. I mean, I think from memory, the last time I was in Rugby, you had a 2,000 unit allocation on the boundary of Daventry that was also taken out of the plan, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so many things go into the plan at the draft stage, they go through examination, they're taken out.
Well, they do, but that one was a different context. As I said, this is previously developed land. This site has a different context to the 2,000 unit site that was taken out of the plan. But yes, many things get put in, get taken out. A lot of things happen at examinations.
Indeed, yeah. Okay, so if we turn now to, I think, what is the key part of your argument, mitigation post-permission, or the situation today, or if permission were granted, what the Trust could or couldn't do.
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand your position, your case is, if permission were granted, that would give the Trust a sufficient lead-in time to negotiate an uplift in its funding to accommodate the new patients that would predictably come from this scheme. Is that a fair characterisation of where you're coming from?
Yes.
Fine. Right. First document I'd like you to have a look at is core document 18.7. Have a look at 18.7.
Yep.
Just wait for that to load. So this is the Excel document. Right, thank you. And this is a document submitted in the course of the inquiry. And just see if we can talk through it together. We can see that it lists the various activities in the first column that the Trust performs. And then it goes on to say what the activity rate was in 1819, percentage for population, a ratio, the tariff it gets, and then it's projected what the impact would be in financial terms of this particular scheme. So that's just as I understand what it's saying. So let's just see where we depart on this. So are you disputing the additional presentations will place an additional financial burden on the trust? Do you accept that this table shows that there will be an additional financial burden on the trust as a consequence of the scheme? Yeah. Okay. You accept, if you look down on the right down to the right hand of the table, you see the box revised costs, and then you see above that ERF planned care variable element.
Yes.
It's right, isn't it, that the trust have removed from their contribution request the elective recovery fund element?
Yes, that's the 20% element, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And that, as I understand it, this is your understanding as well, they've done that because that is an element of any National Health Trust funding which follows patients around the country, and that's why it's fair to remove that. That's your understanding what they've done. Excellent. Okay. And we can also see, can't we, in the next box above, percentage affordable housing adjustment, they have removed the affordable housing element represented by the scheme, haven't they?
Yes.
And they've done that, and my instructions are because it's likely, I'm not certain, but likely that people who will take up the affordable housing of this scheme would likely be local people because they'd be on the council's housing register.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So those are adjustments you accept have been made, and you can see the logic why they've done that, and you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that.
Right, so we're then left with a residual impact of 133,754. And are you disputing that there is a variance between what the trust's funding is and what the additional cost would be, taking into account the elective recovery fund and affordable housing elements of £133,754?
No, I've never disputed the figure. The dispute is how it is funded.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. So do I take it from that, can the inspector take it from that, that you are not saying that the trust has failed to show the financial shortfall between its current funding and the cost of funding the development? Because it's shown it's £133,754.
I accept that the trust has shown that this would be required for the development based on its current contract negotiation with the ICB. However, our case is that a different negotiation can be made with the ICB based on the fact that this development is not going to happen next year, and you know that it's going to happen, so it can be negotiated within the contract.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So you understand that the Integrated Care Board itself does not treat people. It commissions services from like the trust and various other providers of healthcare to do that. And you understand that the central government funding comes to the Integrated Care Board. It doesn't come to the trust. It goes to the Care Board. They then spend that money on commissioning services from people, including the trust, yeah?
Yes, it's a two-tier approach, yes.
Sorry, it's a what?
Yes, it's a two-tier approach.
Exactly so, yes, an internal market type structure, yeah. Okay. Now, Mr. Gilks has explained in his witness statement, para 2 of his rebuttal and 6.3 of his main one, how he understands the Integrated Care Board is funded. Okay, I just want to explore with you whether you're disputing any element of this. Okay, now he says Integrated Care Board is funded on the basis of last year's GP registration records adjusted for various things, including ONS projections, levels of deprivation, level of inequality, age profiles, health profile, lower super output areas, etc. Do you accept, or are you in a position to dispute, that that is how the ICB is funded?
I'm not in a position to dispute that. I'm not an expert on how the NHS is funded.
No.
So I will take what Mr. Gilks has said and obviously what Justice Holgate analysed in the High Court as well.
Yes, he says the same, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And delving in then to the ONS projections, Mr. Gilks has explained his understanding of those. He says that ONS projections in this instance are the census data every 10 years adjusted or projected forward on the basis of birth and death rates and pre-existing migration trends. Is that your understanding as well? Or are you disputing what he says?
No, that's my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, but this is an area where I venture you may well have some experience, because as a planner, you'll be used to grappling with ONS projections yourself. Yes, and that's right, isn't it? They are based on census data that's then projected forward on the basis of birth and mortality rates and sort of underlying migratory trends, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. They are not based on housing allocations or grants of planning permission, are they?
No, they're not. They're the projections, so they would be the starting point for the local plan,
Exactly.
and then we move forward from there.
And you've anticipated where I might be going, Ms. Casey, because, of course, the ONS projections may not result in what is allocated, still less what's granted permission for, still less what's actually built.
They may not know, but they are the starting point.
They
So
are.
they are the starting point for our local plan.
Of course.
But obviously there are detailed needs assessments that go into every local plan on top of that.
Exactly.
But the ONS projections plus other things are within the formula for the standard method as well. So
Exactly.
yes, they are the starting point.
They're a starting point, but in no process, be it the old objectively assessed need process, be it the standard method, be it any other housing need assessment you care to mention, are they the end point, are they?
Usually, no. They could be, but usually no.
And for example, a planning authority may take the view that pre-existing migration trends are undesirable for various planning reasons, transport reasons, air quality, mightn't they? Mm-hmm. And they may seek to affect, with an A, those pre-existing migratory trends in a different way through the application of planning policy, mightn't they?
They may, yes. There's different routes you can go along for a local plan, and that may be one.
Of course, yeah. And so one thing that a planning authority might decide to do is to say, well, we've noted a pre-existing migratory trend to go from town A to town B, but we think that's undesirable because of the transport impacts, air quality, economic impacts, whatever material consideration you dare to mention, and we're going to try and change that through allocations. You understand that? That's a common thing that happens, yeah?
Yeah.
So if one were in the process of attempting to predict where people are ultimately going to live, using an ONS projection would not be the sole tool available to you, would it, for a sensible prediction?
No, as I said, there's various elements that
Of course.
go into every process, but an ONS projection is a population projection, which is useful to use, and it is a population projection that is taken account of by the ICB in some way.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. One thing that does tell us where people are living, for sure, are GP registration records, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Gilks says that the basis of the contract between the Trust and the Integrated Care Board here, which he's able to speak, is the NHS payment scheme. And are you in a position to say that's wrong or dispute that? Or?
I'm not in a position to dispute it. No.
Okay, thank you. And he says, I beg your pardon, sorry, but row back a bit. Your point is, as I understand it, the kernel of this is the Trust could ask the Integrated Care Board for an uplift in funding to account for various planning permissions that might have been granted in the year between the last contract and the one they negotiated.
But that could be one way, but they could, in effect, just change the contract as well to take different things into account. So if you wanted to uplift it, then that would be based within the same year, which I don't think we've made submissions on. Okay. Our point is that the negotiation for the contract can be changed. There's nothing to preclude you changing what you ask for from the ICB.
Have you ever negotiated an NHS contract?
Thankfully, no.
No, thankfully I haven't either. So the basis on which you are giving that evidence is on the basis of what you've read in the judgments?
Yes.
I see, I understand.
Yes, Justice Holgate obviously said that there's no legislation, rule or guidance to say that the NHS Trust cannot negotiate a different contract with the ICB. Indeed,
and indeed, in fairness, he also said there was no evidence before those decision takers as to why they couldn't. Yeah?
Yes.
I mean, that factually is what he says, and we go back and see it. Yeah. And, of course, this decision taker, this inspector, is facing a slightly different factual scenario because she does have somebody in a position who knows, Mr. Gilks, coming along and saying, for the reasons we'll explore in a moment, that might not be precluded, but that's not what will happen. And that is a different factual basis to those judgments, isn't it?
There is a slight difference in evidence in that you are saying it cannot be done in practice, but there's nothing that changes it in the fact that the judgment looked at the legislation, the contract negotiations, they had expert counsel, and based on everything that they found, that they analysed, they still stated that there was nothing to preclude the NHS Trust from negotiating a different contract. So Mr. Gilks might be saying, yes, in practice it can't be done, but there's still nothing in the legislation or the rules or guidance for your contracts that says that it can't be done.
Understand. You as an authority can put up your council tax 5% in a year without triggering a referendum, can't you?
Yes.
How likely is that to happen, to fund everything you need in the authority?
I don't know.
Yeah. So
I'm afraid. I'm not council tax.
No. Do you accept there's a difference between what is possible to do or not precluded by the rules and what in practice, in reality, will actually happen?
There is usually a difference, yes. Exactly. But there is still the point that it could still be done.
Yes. Well, you could put up your council tax to pay for the contributions that you're requesting.
We could, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You could borrow money to pay for the contributions you're requesting, couldn't you?
Yes, there's various scenarios.
And as I understand it, you accepted, if I may say so perfectly properly, that does not preclude a SIL contribution being made, does it? Just because you could raise money in some other way. No. Thank you. Now, just to delve into some of the intricacies of the contract regime, Mr. Gilks says that he's operating, or the trust is operating, under an aligned payment and incentive contract. That's his evidence.
Yeah.
And are you disputing that?
I'm not in a position to dispute that, no.
No. And he says that under an aligned payment and incentive contract, there is no mechanism to increase the 80% block element of funding in the way that you are suggesting to account for individual grants of planning permission. Now, what is it that you are saying he has got wrong about that?
That is Mr. Gilks' evidence, yes.
Yes.
However, I mean, the High Court decisions obviously have analysed in detail the funding structures for the NHS.
And after all of that analysis, the most that the High Court has said is that there is no rule precluding it, and there was no evidence why it couldn't happen.
Yes.
Yeah? And, of course, here there is evidence for Mr. Gilks to say why, under that aligned payment and incentive contract under which his trust operates, it is not possible to increase the 80% block element to account for individual grants of planning permission. That's his evidence, the inquiry. And what you're putting... Sorry, go on, answer the question.
His evidence is based on the current contract, whereas the courts have said that the contract can be renegotiated and changed.
I see. Well, let's explore that. Now, Mr. Gilks has said also that even if he were then to ask that question during the renegotiation process, the ICB does not have the funding to accede to that, even if it wanted to, because the ONS projections are not determinative of their funding. There's various other things, and in any event, they're not responsive to individual planning permissions. So he might well ask, and they may well be sympathetic, but they don't have the money to accede to it anyway. What is it you're putting against that evidence to say why he's wrong?
Well, to my knowledge, since the High Court judgments, so they were July of this year, the Worcestershire was the latest, there has been nothing to say that the ICB and the NHS Trust have tried to renegotiate, and what the outcome of that has been. That evidence is not presented to this inquiry. So in terms of a change in contract or anything else like that, then there's no further evidence based on that.
I see, but what do you put forward personally to say he's wrong when he puts positive evidence before the inquiry to say, I can't ask them, and even if I did ask them, they've not got the money to accede to that request? That's his evidence. Why is he wrong?
Well, I would say that the evidence presented doesn't make a compelling case.
But you've not negotiated an NHS contract. Mr. Gilks does it every day of the week. He's coming here to give his evidence on the basis of that expertise, no doubt honestly, and he'll be cross-examined, but assuming he maintains that position under Mr. Richards' ferocious cross-examination, what are you saying to this inspector why she shouldn't believe what he has to say?
I'm not saying that she shouldn't believe his point.
Right.
I'm saying that the next step hasn't been taken in terms of the NHS has not tried to renegotiate their contract with the ICB, and they're not presenting evidence to show that they can't renegotiate it and that funding is not available.
I see.
They're just saying that if they ask the question, they'd say no.
Yeah.
Can I just say that?
Sorry, ma'am.
Sorry, someone to interrupt you. Are you effectively saying you're not disputing what Mr. Gilks is saying, but it hasn't been demonstrated? Is that
Yes.
effectively what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
But a number of the SIL requests are from authorities that have the power to fund all of the SIL requests through council tax or borrowing, don't they?
Yes.
And where's the evidence from those authorities that they've put an increase in council tax to local people? They've sought to have a referendum to go above 5%. They've looked at borrowing powers. Where's that evidence?
I mean, each obligation is judged on its own merits and assessed separately against the SIL compliance test. So it would depend on the obligation. In this case, that is my evidence, is that it has not been demonstrated. Yeah.
But just help me with, I mean, it only takes you so far to make that analogous point, because you're making a point of principle. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you, a number of the other SIL requests are from authorities, you included, and Warwickshire County Council, that have not only borrowing powers available to them, but significant tax-raising powers available to them, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And where is the evidence that they have considered funding those requests through either of those routes before the inspector?
There is no evidence. No. However, those contributions... Sorry, can you repeat the question?
As I understand your point, back to me, is to say we're not disputing what Mr. Gilks says in terms. What you're saying is he hasn't provided the evidence that he's asked and they've said no. Yeah? The ICB. He's gone to the ICB, he's gone and asked them, they've said on your bike. He's not presented that kind of evidence, okay? That's your point. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. My point to you is to say there are other authorities seeking SIL contribution, this council and Warwickshire County Council, aren't they? Mm-hmm. And you're not disputing the SIL compliance of those obligations, as I understand it.
No.
No. And those authorities could, if they wanted to, fund the things for which they are asking for the developer to pay themselves, through borrowing or through raising tax, couldn't they?
They could.
Yeah. And there is no evidence before this inspector why they've not done that, have they? Not saying there should be, but there isn't, is there, just factually?
There isn't, no.
So it doesn't make them not SIL compliant, does it? Just because they've got other alternative routes available.
It's a different case, though. So, for example, education.
Yeah. Funded through national taxation.
The pupils that will be within that development will use the closest facilities, so the Warwickshire education facilities. So Warwickshire make their request on that basis because there is a need from that development.
Gotcha.
So,
and these patients won't use that hospital?
That's not what I'm saying, no. I'm saying that in terms of the funding gap, it relates to the funding model and the negotiation.
Sure.
So it's not necessarily caused by the development as such. So in terms of the contribution, you've set out exactly what would be required for the 124 dwellings.
Yes.
That's fine. In terms of the funding gap, though, that you need to demonstrate, there's not evidence that demonstrates it's necessarily directly related in scale and kind to this development.
I see.
It's the funding gap relates to the funding model and the negotiation that hasn't taken place.
Okay, well, let's explore that then. So, are you disputing Warwickshire County Council's education contribution request of £1.something million?
No.
No. Okay, you accept, although I appreciate you're not the requesting authority, but you accept that that's still compliant?
Yes.
Okay. If we turn up then their education SIL statement, that's CD 17.2, Warwickshire's statement. And if we turn in that document, they've got a traffic regulation order request, road safety initiatives, sustainable travel, then education. You see that? £1.2 million and £51. Yeah.
Yep.
And where in that column, or indeed in that table or elsewhere, do they say, well, we could raise this money through borrowing ourselves or taxation, but we can't do that for various reasons. We've gone to a referendum, it wouldn't work. We've asked the minister, we're not allowed to do it, or where does it say that?
They don't say that, but their request is on a different basis. I mean, they look at what is actually happening in schools now, and then the surplus and deficit from this development. So if there was a surplus of spaces, then they wouldn't ask for a request, whereas the NHS will always ask for a request.
Okay, well, let's just break that down. So first of all, the way that the Education Authority has calculated these requests, as I understand it, is to look at, first of all, GP registration records.
No.
Well, they say that.
No, they look at GP registration records for the local plan.
Yes. So why is the answer no then?
For the local plan, they look at GP registration records, and that is how they project the number of new schools that they would require within the local plan. For Section 106, they don't do that. They look at the 6-monthly review of each school. Then that will give either a surplus or a deficit of the school places. And then they look at what's going to be generated from this development, and then that will equate to a figure.
Yeah, so the overall basis on which they've arrived at a request is to look at GP registration records, and then as they go forward to see whether there's a surplus or deficit at the point at which the application, at the point at which the application comes forward, don't they?
No, because this, as we've discussed, this site's not within the local plan.
No.
Yeah, so it wouldn't have factored into the GP registration records. This site has only been looked at through a Section 106 contribution request, in which the schools look at exactly what the capacity is at that point in time.
Sure.
And then the number of dwellings equates to a number of pupil figures, not a GP registration record.
Well, it does, doesn't it? Because, as you explained, they started off this process way back at the beginning looking at GP registration records, and then that has informed their planning, yes? And they have then calculated that this is over and above their planning, and that's why they've asked for a request. That's what they say.
Yes, but there's two different elements to the process.
Okay, well, they've done it in two different steps, but that's the process they followed, isn't it?
Yes, but the Section 106 requests aren't based on the GP registration records.
Well, they are initially, aren't they? Because that's how they've worked out a surplus or deficit.
The scores that exist were based on original GP records.
So the capacity...
Yes, I understand your point in that in the long run, the Section 106 could be based on the GP registration records from years ago. But as it stands, the Section 106 requests for education, they look at the existing position within schools.
Yeah, your point is that, if I can put it this way and see if you agree with me, the way the Education Authority have done it is at the beginning of the plan period, they've planned their capacity on the basis of GP registration records. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what the NHS Trust is saying they do is that the Integrated Care Board plans its funding or has its funding allocated on the basis of initially GP registration records on an annual basis.
Yes.
Yeah. So as a matter of principle, they start off, both of them, with GP registration records. Just one starts at an earlier point in time than the other one.
As a matter of principle, yes, but the timeframes are significantly different.
Okay, sure, fine. Completely fair point. They have then looked at the capacity in the school at the point in time this application has come on, haven't they?
Yes.
And they have calculated that there'll be a deficit, and that's the basis on which they have made their funding requests.
Yes.
Yeah. So in principle input terms, they have done exactly the same as the Trust, haven't they?
No, but there's different inputs. So, yes, I agree that the GP records are inputted at some point to both of them, so the NHS and the education.
Yep.
But in terms of the additional input, the education actually looks at what is happening now, and they do look at what's going to come forward within the next however many years. Whereas the NHS looks at, so GP records are inputted on an annual basis, but to my knowledge there's no further considerations inputted into that.
Okay, but what is it in principle about the difference that you are pointing to and saying, well, that justifies a £1.2 million contribution and that justifies zero? They both start with GP registration records, don't they, as the basis of informing capacity.
Yes.
And then they have monitored that capacity, and then they have calculated there's a deficit, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah, and you, but maybe you want to change your evidence. As I understood it, we're not disputing that the NHS Trust in this instance is operating at 98% capacity.
No, I'm not disputing that.
And you're not disputing that the ICB, who controls their funding, works on an annual basis of last year's GP registration records.
No, I'm not disputing that either.
So the basis on which they have calculated capacity is the same, isn't it?
But education use GP records to calculate the capacity for the local plan, and then they look at if revised contribution, well, not revised, additional contributions are needed for sites that aren't within the local plan.
Yes.
So, for example, the allocation at Holton, the provision for the schools and the education contributions that were needed, they're in the local plan.
Yeah.
They're already set out.
Sure. But this isn't in a local plan.
Well, no.
So that point's, with great respect, not a good one, is it?
But there's no provision for an NHS contribution within our local plan.
Well, maybe with respect, that's an oversight of the local plan. It doesn't mean this inspector's precluded from considering it, because as we explored
definitely not precluded from considering it. However, in terms of education, they input into the local plan process, and that's when their GP records are being taken into account for the local plan. And then for any additional contribution, they calculate it on a basis as this is the situation now, the surplus and deficit, whereas NHS didn't input into the local plan, but as you said, they can, of course, still make a contribution request for a planning application. That is acceptable. But the ICB, yes, they consider GP records, but it's on an annual basis, and they are different situations.
Yes, I accept your point might have had some force if this were an allocation, but it's not an allocation. So both the Education Authority and the NHS Trust have in fact approached this particular proposal in the same way, haven't they?
In the same way that they've both made a contribution request, yes. But education, the formula and what they've taken into account is different.
Well,
their reasoning for their contribution is different to the NHS.
Yes, indeed, but and obviously it's different. One's looking at patients, one's looking at pupils,
Yes.
and the figures are very different. But in terms of their methodology for this application, they've done the same thing, haven't they?
No, I don't think that they have done the same thing.
What is it they've done differently?
Sorry, I'm just looking at your spreadsheet.
So you're on 18.7.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see the activity level on the second column.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rate per annum per head of population, and then the tariff that they've got for that. So that's on the basis of the last year's, thank you, GP registration records. And they've worked out there's a deficit, haven't they?
They have, but the difference is that this states activity 18-19, so a number of years ago. But yes, it's on last year's GP records, which is not the present position, whereas education based it on the present position.
Well, do they also go on last year's GP? They don't go on to next year's GP registration records.
No,
do they?
in
'Cause
terms
no
of
one's got
planning
that.
applications, they look at the actual capacity within a school.
And as I understood it, you're not disputing that this trust is operating at 98% capacity.
No, but then that's not reflected within your spreadsheet. So education look at it in terms of, okay, this school can have 100 places. It's actually got 101 pupils, therefore there's a deficit.
Sure.
And the developer therefore needs to contribute to an extension or a new provision, usually an extension, especially for this development, it would be an extension.
Sure.
But your spreadsheet's based on activity from 5 years ago, GP records from last year, and it's not a reflection of the current position. Yes, we've heard evidence, well, not heard it yet, but we've been presented with evidence as to the trust is operating at 98%, but that's not necessarily reflected in this spreadsheet.
Okay, so you're disputing the accuracy of the 98%. So Mr. Stewart's going to explain cross-examination on that.
I'm not disputing the accuracy of the 98%. I've said you've presented that evidence.
Yeah.
I accept that it would be operating at 98%. That is fine.
Okay.
However, it's not necessarily represented in your contribution request.
Okay. Well, let me just see if I can approach it this way and see if we can resolve it this way. Why is the cost... Why does the local education authority not fund this request itself? Where is that explained?
It's not explained.
No.
I've answered that question.
Okay, well, thank you for answering it again. Why does the education authority not plan to meet it between the grant of planning permission and when the pupils will occupy the houses and come to the school?
The Education Authority have obviously different funding mechanisms as the NHS do. I wouldn't necessarily say I would be an expert in their funding either.
Did they explain that in their contribution request?
Not within the spreadsheet provided, no.
Sorry, is there somewhere else in the core documents the inspector can look to see where that evidence is presented?
No.
And what other sources do the LEAs say they've got available to fund this projected deficit? Do they say that?
No.
No. And do they say what the planning impact would be if the deficit wasn't funded? Do they set that out?
No, I don't think they do.
No. I mean, the simple truth is that you, in not objecting to their requests and objecting to the trust, have taken an inconsistent approach, haven't you?
No, I've assessed each contribution on its own merits against the SIL tests.
But those evidential deficiencies I've just put back to you, which you've thrown at us, they're not present in the Education Authority's contribution evidence, are they?
No, but theirs is calculated on a different basis, and I've assessed their contribution in accordance with the SIL compliance tests.
Yes, but they don't present the evidence that you're saying that we've not presented, do they? The same evidential vacuum, isn't there?
But they also don't have two recent High Court cases that have various steps that need to be taken in order to actually determine whether an NHS trust contribution were to be SIL compliant.
Sure, and the outcome of those cases being what exactly?
The outcome being that the NHS trust's contribution wasn't SIL compliant and the funding gap has not been demonstrated.
Indeed, and where has the Education Authority presented that evidence?
What, in terms of their funding gap?
Where have they explained why they cannot predict and plan for this shortfall between the grant of outline planning permission and the pupils turning up at the school? Where do they set that out?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Of course. Your criticism to us, as I understand that the principal point of your case, is to say you have not explained why between the grant of planning permission, if it's granted, and the patients turning up at A&E, you can't plan to meet this. Yeah?
Yep.
Where do they say that? Where do they explain why they can't do that?
They haven't done that.
No.
However, I would just say it is a different scenario in terms of the High Court decision analyses the NHS structure, whether there is a funding gap, and the contract negotiation. And it states that a different contract could be negotiated.
Yeah.
Education don't have that premise.
No, they've got an even better position, haven't they? They can raise council tax. They could borrow money.
Well, they could, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's apples and pears, really. They're different contribution requests from different authorities.
Yeah.
And they both get judged against the SIL compliance statement from a planning judgment.
Yes, and what I'm testing is the rationality of your planning judgment, that you have identified evidential deficiencies in the NHS case, which we say we've answered, but even assuming you're right, you haven't levelled at this other request for £1.2 million, have you?
But they've presented different evidence.
Yes, less.
But it's a different formula, and the contributions are different.
Sure, you're right on that. They are different. Different requests by different people.
I have taken into account the fact of whether a funding gap is present or not within the NHS contribution, because Justice Holgate said that planning officers should do that.
Absolutely right, yes. And their evidence, which I don't detect that you have any positive evidence to disagree with, is that they have a gap and they cannot make up that gap with the ICB. That's their positive evidence. And you have put nothing to say they are wrong, have you? Beyond saying they haven't demonstrated it to your satisfaction.
No, because they've demonstrated what the current places are within a school and what the deficit therefore would be, and that therefore this needs to be met by this development.
Yes, and the NHS have said what the current situation is, that they're operating at a 98% capacity. If you add to that, it'll get even worse. We cannot increase the funding with the ICB. That's their evidence. The Education Authority
That is their
don't do
evidence
that.
in part, yes, but it's also been presented that the way that the NHS has presented it is that, yes, this is the GP records equate to this, and therefore there's a funding gap of a certain amount, so in this case 133,000.
Yeah.
But that's based on not a up-to-date present position, as it's the GP records can only be taken account of when the houses are occupied and people are registered at a GP. Right,
so the Education Authority have travelled into the future then, have they, and consulted the GP registration records at the point the houses are occupied?
No, but
No,
the point is...
They've done the same, haven't they?
No, the point is that the NHS use GP records as negotiating a contract for the next year.
Correct.
The Education Authority used GP records years ago at the point of the local plan adoption.
Sure. It didn't help them, did it? Because this is not an allocation, so they've had to produce a request that's bespoke to this, haven't they?
Yeah, so then so the GP records might have informed the number of schools that would be required through the infrastructure funding statement and the local plan. However, in terms of the NHS, not the NHS, in terms of the education contribution for the Section 106 provision, it doesn't include GP records within that formula. It only includes it for the local plan.
Yes, but
so it's based on the capacity of a school now. So it's saying, okay, today the school has this capacity, and then it looks if there's a surplus or a deficit, and then it accounts for that. And that's how it's shown that it is necessary to this development, and it meets the SIL tests. Whereas it is a different funding structure and funding request from the NHS.
Yes, and indeed...
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Bowes, that we are coming up to 10:57 and we've got this fire drill at 11. So I'm just wondering whether it's an appropriate time just to have a break while the drill takes place, if that's okay.
Of course, thank you. Sorry for not
Yes.
spotting
No, it's not. I'm sure you get carried away. Don't remember what the time is.
So much.
I'm sure. So are we all. So if we take a 20-minute break then until 11:20, and then the drill can take place over that time. So thank you very much. Right, thank you very much, everybody. It's now 11:20, so we'll resume. So, Dr. Bowes, you'd like to continue, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam, I've got the trick.
Are you sure you don't want to be on camera?
Right, Ms. Casey, just a few more questions about education. We could just take up the SIL compliance statement for Warwickshire again, so 17.2, and we just go to the education row. And we just look at the third column, which is explaining what this 1.2 million is going to be spent on. It says, requested contributions are based on a formulaic approach, I beg your pardon, to mitigate against the impact of the development upon the education provision within the borough. The early years contributions have been requested to enable an increase in early years provision within 3 miles of the site to support new residents. The primary element will be used to support the provision of a temporary classroom. And then we get this. The secondary and post-16 contributions will be used to support the delivery of additional school places within Rugby Borough. There's a recognised shortage of places within the borough, and discussions are ongoing with existing providers about how this need can be met. The final solution will not be known until after a formal consultation exercise has taken place. Are you aware, is that the final position that's before the Inspectorate at the moment, or have you seen any further evidence on?
That's the final position, yes.
I see. So they don't know, or this inspector doesn't know, how or whether that need for secondary and post-16 education could in fact be met.
In terms of education, at this point in time, in the north, no, we don't know how that will be met. So there is a deficiency for education places for secondary and, what was it, for secondary and...
Post-16.
Yes, secondary and post-16 in the north. We don't have a high school in that area. We do have provision for new secondary schools within the local plan, but depending on the timeline of those coming forward, at the moment, there is not a solution as to how it will be met, no. However, it will be met in the borough, and that is the contribution that is needed because there is a known deficit.
Thank you. And
Just point out that might well be something we debate further tomorrow, because clearly I need to assess that in terms of the SIL test.
Absolutely,
So it might
madam,
be
yes.
that it is something that I may or may not accept.
Oh, indeed right,
Okay.
yes. I was obviously just getting Ms Case's view and not without prejudice, of course, to any of your findings. Could you take up now core document 18.19, please? 18.19 should be the Warwickshire County Council's Education Contribution Explanation Policy.
Yep.
And if you turn to page 7 of that, please, there should be a heading, Step 2, Assessment of Current and Forecast Capacity in Existing Schools Relevant to the Development.
Yep.
And if you just look at the last paragraph on that page, it is good practice, they say, to retain some surplus places in education provision in an area with not all schools in an area operating at 100% capacity. The National Audit Office report for capacity funding in new school places 2013 refers to a minimum of 5% surplus that the DfE assumes in its planning is necessary to support operational flexibility. The Warwickshire County Council Education, Learning, Education Sufficiency Strategy defines a target of 4% capacity for Warwickshire schools across any given planning area. So am I right to take it from the evidence in the Warwickshire SIL compliance statement that they've based that on maintaining a 4% capacity? Is that your understanding as well?
They try to base it on that, yes.
Right.
But it's not always the case. Normally, it's the case that you have a school at 100% capacity, therefore contribution is based on the fact that there is no capacity at that school.
I see. But I appreciate you're not speaking for Warwickshire, but you we're obviously the planning officer on this case, and you've familiarised yourself with it. But is it your understanding that they ask for planning contributions to maintain a 4% capacity? They don't just ask for them when they're at or over 100%?
Based on this document, yes.
Okay.
But in this case, the contributions asked for are because the schools are at capacity
Gotcha.
for this site.
Thank you. And then if I could ask you to turn back the Leicestershire Leicester judgment, 15558, CD 15558, please. And just turn within that to para 139, please, page 33.
Yep.
If we just look at 139, please. You got that, Mr. Richards, yeah. And if we just look together at the guidance that we get from the High Court here, it says, Mr. Justice Holgate says, the Trust made the broad assertion that the HDC's approach would preclude any public body with tax raising or borrowing powers from being funded by a developer in a planning obligation. This is misconceived. The Trust does not have the power to raise taxes, and HDC, Harbour District Council's approach, did not assume that the Trust should borrow additional monies or that some other public authority should raise additional taxes. Instead, HDC was concerned to understand whether the costs identified by the Trust could be met having regard to the funding available to CCGs. That simply flowed from the very nature of the planning obligation which the Trust sought, namely a financial contribution to fill a funding gap. But where, for example, a development would itself cause direct harm to a public facility so that the three tests in Regulation 122 of the SIL regulations are satisfied, the local planning authority would be entitled to require the developer to mitigate that harm under a Section 106 obligation, irrespective of whether the authority responsible for that facility is able to raise taxes or has borrowing powers. Yeah?
Yep.
So if Mr. Gilkes is in fact correct that in his negotiations with the ICB, he is not going to get an uplift in funding to account for this development, that would not preclude this inspector from finding the obligation still compliant, would it?
No, it wouldn't if that is indeed the case.
Yes, and that's of course a factual evaluation for the inspector, having heard you and Mr. Gilkes.
Yes.
Okay, and it must follow, mustn't it, that if, on the other hand, another seeker of planning contributions like the County Council as the Education Authority cannot demonstrate direct harm through a lack of funding, the inspector cannot, as a matter of law, find that obligation to be still compliant, can she?
No.
And she should do that on the basis of the still compliant statement that they have put before the inquiry.
Yes.
And there's no other evidence of which you're aware that the Education Authority put before the inquiry to justify their £1.2 million contribution, is there?
No, there's not.
No. Thank you. You can just pause there for a moment, Ms. Casey, whilst I turn around for a minute. Sorry, Ms. Casey, for keeping you. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Very much. Mr. Richards, then, any points in re-examination you'd like to make, please?
Yes, just a little. Ms. Casey, do you recall that towards the start of the cross-examination, in the context of looking at housing land supply and the difference where a site is allocated in the local plan, it was perhaps easier to anticipate houses coming forward on that site than one that wasn't allocated?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Just to look at the local plan, please, which is core document 8.2.
Yep.
If you could first of all go to internal page 20, PDF page 25.
Yes.
And paragraph 412. What does that tell the reader about the sources of housing supply other than the 2688 to be allocated in the plan?
It sets out what has been constructed since the local plan has been put together, what's also been permitted, so what's already known about, and any windfall sites that could come forward in the local plan period.
Okay. So this is an unallocated site. Mm-hmm. It would be, in planning terms, a windfall.
In general planning terms, yes, it would be a windfall.
Yeah. And then if we go, please, to page 97 on the PDF.
Yep.
And which is in the chapter, and you ask questions in the chapter on delivery. Mm-hmm. Paragraph 11.2, this chapter details the necessary infrastructure and delivery requirements of both allocations and windfall developments. Okay, so did the local plan simply confine itself to looking at developer contributions from allocations?
No, no local plan ever does, otherwise it wouldn't be found sound.
Then in the context of a comparison with the education system, you were explaining that when local plans were coming forward, at that point, education authorities look at GP records.
Yes.
Do you know why people involved in school place planning look at GP records?
So they can predict how many 5-year-olds they'll have at a certain point, and then how many 10-year-olds they'll have at a certain point.
Okay. And then finally, almost the last question, you looked at the CD 18.9, the Warwickshire County Council Education 106 guide, and noted with my learned friend the 4% spare capacity figure.
Yes.
And you confirmed that the Education Authority don't just ask for 106 contributions when they exceed 100%. Mm-hmm. Right at the start of your cross-examination, you confirmed that you accepted that the NHS Trust Hospital was currently operating at 98% capacity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that the 85% threshold that the hospital apparently uses in order to not assess, but perhaps demonstrate that they were operating at full tilt, that 85% was a reasonable threshold in those circumstances.
Yes, that's the threshold that the NHS use. Obviously, all different authorities have different thresholds, but yes, I accepted that.
And just to be doubly clear, has it been any part of your case or your assessment that the NHS Trust should be denied a contribution in this case because they have not reached 100%?
No.
No. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. That's all I have for the witness.
Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Yes, sorry, Dr. Bowes. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt Mr. Richards' re-examination, but I would like to draw to your attention para 413 of the local plan, which defines what a windfall site is.
That must be a sound thing to do.
Sites that are less than 5 dwellings.
Having said that, though, clearly windfalls may well be more than 5 dwellings, and very often authorities will look at a threshold for including sites within a local plan. Sorry to sort of like extend this debate, but can you just explain what the position is in this authority, please, Miss Casey?
Yeah, so in terms of the local plan, the windfalls counted in that are 5 dwellings or less. But obviously a windfall site, this is technically a windfall site, but not in terms of the local plan. So it was decided that it was 5 dwellings or less because there's issues with double counting and things like that. So we didn't want to go higher.
Thing there that you think I need to look at differently on that basis then, if it is not a site, a windfall site, that is effectively considered in the local plan because of its size?
I would say that no, it's not been considered in the local plan. So I think I go back to the previous discussion in terms of at the local plan stage, you cannot predict that this site is going to come forward. However, there's a long lead-in time to the development. The 5-year land supply would set it out. It would probably, because it's an outline, have 2.5 to 3 year lead-in time, especially with the demolition that's needed on site and the land contamination. So it can be forecast more than just 1 year in advance, even though it's not forecast in the local plan as being in the next 15 years.
I mean, not unusual to have a technically what you might call a windfall site that comes forward that is more than 5 dwellings inside.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm happy with that. Thank you very much. I take it that concludes the council's case.
It does.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. So you are excused then, Miss Casey. You may go and relax. Do you want to just have a quick 5-minute break so we can sort of swap people over and get ready for
yes,
Mr.
I was
Jones?
going to make a bold suggestion, which you may not
can
succeed to, was that we took an early lunch, and they gave me then the opportunity of lunch, because I mean, we'll obviously be finished today with this evidence, way ahead of time. So it just seemed, on the basis of Ms. Casey's answers, that it might be more helpful that I then streamline the examination in chief to the core issues that are now in dispute. And I might be able to do that slightly more effectively over a lunch break than 5 or 10 minutes. But of course, I'm entirely in your hands. I'll call in whenever you'd like.
Okay, so you're saying that if you had a slightly longer lunch break, you'd be able to assess your questioning a little bit and fine-tune it, put it that way.
Precisely so,
in light of the council's questions and answers this morning.
Exactly, yes, yeah.
Okay, it is a little early. It's only 20 to 12. But,
or 11s rather than lunch, perhaps.
Depends what time you have at lunch and breakfast. Could be brunch. Mr. Richards, any views?
No, I'm entirely relaxed. And therefore, if my learned friend would like to be able to talk to Mr. Jilks now, then that's fine with me.
I'm quite happy to take an early lunch break if it means that you are able to streamline your questioning, put it that way. That's fine, thank you. So, yes, it's just about 20 to 12. So if we allow for an hour, come back at 20 to 1, is that all right for everybody? Yeah, okay then, so we'll adjourn then till 20 to 1, thank you. Right, thank you very much, everybody. We are now resumed for our afternoon session. So, Dr. Bowes, would you like to introduce your witness, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam, and thank you for the early lunch break. That's helped enormously. So if I can introduce you, Mr. Gilks, through your first witness statement. Do you have that to hand?
Yep.
Lovely. And you are Daniel Gilks, Associate Director of Finance at the University Hospitals, Coventry and Warwickshire, NHS of Clifford Bridge Road, Coventry, CV2 2DX, is that right?
Yes.
And you explain in Para 1 you are a chartered accountant and have worked within the NHS for more than 20 years. You have professional experience in both NHS providers and commissioning organisations. I just want to ask you about that, Mr. Gilks. You're obviously, at the moment, working for a trust, a provider, but could you explain your experience of working for commissioning authorities, please?
Yeah, so I've been at UHCW, the trust, since 2019. Prior to that, I worked in the commissioning side of the NHS since around about 2005. So initially they were termed primary care trusts, and then after 2012 there were clinical commissioning groups, and then the most recent change to NHS structure is that they're now called integrated care boards. So that happened in 2022. So I've got about 16 years experience in commissioning.
Can I ask you just to lean forward towards the microphone,
Yes,
because you're a little bit quiet. That's all. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. And when you were working for commissioning authorities, were you involved in the negotiation of contracts with trusts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then you carry on to explain you've been in your current role, Associate Director of Finance Commercial at University Hospital Coventry and Warwickshire for 4 years. And then you say the content of the statement is within your own knowledge and belief unless expressly stated to the country, in which case you believe it to be true to the best of your knowledge and belief. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Right. What I'd like to do with you, Mr. Gilks, is just to ask you 3 overarching questions. The first one is a short point, short but important. So if we take up CD 18.7, which is the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And this just arises from some of Ms. Case's evidence about the use of activity levels from 2018 to 19. And the question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Gilks, is are those figures up to date and accurate?
Yeah, so I think the point raised was around there's a heading that says 2018-19,
Yeah.
which isn't accurate in a sense, but what they're used for is to work out what the ratio of activity is per head of population. So essentially it will use the number of A&D admissions that we have overall divided by the relevant population, so you get the numerator and denominator. So,
Can I ask, is there any more up-to-date information then from 1819, or is it just how it's collected?
so it's, well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's something that, looking at it now, I can see why it's been raised. So we could have used 22, 23. I'm not sure when this submission was first put in. It might have been that actually that would have been too recent. So normally you would use the most recent year. The only qualification I'd make to that is that we've had recently two very atypical years in the pandemic years when there were lockdowns. So we saw very drastic reductions in activity levels during 2021 and 21-22. So it depends when these figures were compiled. It may have been that 18-19 was the most recent usable year. But normally for predicting the future, you use the most recent data that's representative of a normal year in inverted commas.
And so, Mr. Gilks, are these figures a safe and robust basis on which to predict capacity?
I believe so, yes. If we use the most recent, if we use 22-23, the figures, if anything, would be slightly higher because we're seeing growth year on year, mainly driven by demographic change, an ageing population. So our A&D attendances projected this year are higher than they were in 18-19. And like I say, it's used as a calculation to say for every person that moves into the area, in this case, it's that they have a 39%, I think it says, a 39% chance of attending an A&D department on average.
Thank you. So my next question is about the impacts as you see them, and you've explained in your second witness statement, paragraph 15, you say, as explained in the consultation response, according to Dr. Foster, the safe bed occupancy rate is 85%, the current NHS recommended occupancy rate is 92%, the Trust is consistently over 98% occupancy rate. Can you just paint a picture for the inspector as to what are the implications at operating at 98%?
Yeah, so occupancy rate is one of a range of measures. So we have a set of key performance indicators which include occupancy rate, but will also include aspects such as the length of time that patients are waiting in A&E, the length of time it takes for an ambulance to hand over at the front door, the length of time that patients are waiting for elective care. So there's a range of KPIs that the Trust monitors its performance internally and reports externally. We have 33 KPIs and we're currently underperforming on 25 of them. So on our deck that we share with our board and for our stakeholders publicly, there's a lot of red on that deck. And they're all indicators in their own right of a pressured system. Now, the benchmark rates, I think you mentioned 85%. I think that comes from Dr. Foster originally, but essentially that affects flow through the hospital. So the closer you're running to full capacity, the less efficient the hospital becomes, and then that will have a range of knock-on impacts, such as the length of time it takes for an ambulance to hand over will be extended, the length of time it takes for a patient to be seen and treated with an ED will be extended. And all of those measures themselves are surrogate measures, if you like, for the outcomes at the end of that process for the patient. So you can probably imagine that if you're not seen in the right location, if you as a patient are sitting at the front door and not able to get into the emergency department for imaging, for example, your outcomes will be worse than if the patient flowed through the system more efficiently. And there are correlations with standardised mortality ratios, with other aspects of Trust performing at its best, such as sickness rates and the use of agency and bank staff.
Thank you. And the projected impact of this development, as you've explained in the Excel spreadsheet at 18.7, how will that impact on flows through the hospital, speed with which you're treated in the right place at the right time, your outcome as a future occupier of this housing scheme presenting at this hospital? How will that be affected by this proposal?
To this specific development?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard to be specific. Can I point to an additional pressure, an additional, a worse outcome from an individual patient? Well, of course I can't, but it's an incremental increase in pressure on an already pressured system. So, inevitably, we're a demand-driven service. More patients means more demand on the services for a system which is already operating at virtually full capacity. So operationally, we have a process where we reach crisis, something called a full capacity protocol is invoked. And essentially, that means the Trust then has to go into an escalation process in order to ensure that we get back on track. And usually that's for 2 or 3 days or so. So normally we would go into FCP in a normal year. So pre-pandemic, we'd have gone into FCP probably 3 times a year. And often that's around the times that people expect the system to be under greatest pressure, so around Christmas, Easter, etc. We've gone into FCP this financial year. Since April, we've gone into FCP about 8 times. So the most recent was last week. So again, it's another, they're all proxy indicators, but they're all very good indicators of the heat in the system already.
Thank you. And now my final question for you in Chief, Mr. Gilks, is really the central and important question, most important question, is why can't you just ask the Integrated Care Board to fund this difference? So context might be helpful. So
people know about the NHS payment system, which is the current finance mechanism via which funds flow from the centre to commissioners and from there to providers. Prior to the NHS payment system, there was something called payment by results, which then morphed into something called the national tariff. At the point at which it was created, it was a pure system where money followed the patient. So if a trust carried out more activity than planned, money would follow accordingly, according to a set of national prices, and vice versa. If it did less activity than was planned for, it would receive less money. Now, over the year, that came into being in early 2000s. There have been tweaks to that and refinements, but effectively it operated until the pandemic in broadly that way. Had we operated that system in its pure fashion during the pandemic, it wouldn't have worked because of the activity levels dropping, and also the fact that the nature of healthcare changed. So you can't have if activity had dropped by 60%, you can't have 60% of an emergency department. There has to be a level of core funding available to the organisation. The most recent guidance around funds flows within the NHS is something called the Aligned Payments Incentives Arrangement. And essentially, the way that works is that 80% of our funding is fixed as a block. 20% relates to planned care, which is mainly around creating the levers and incentives in the system to address the long backlog of waiters in the NHS. So money does follow the patient still under the elective recovery framework. So going back to when we had a purist system, I was a commissioner as it happened. We agreed a contract on a base level of activity. If the activity was more than that, the commissioner took the risk. So the trust, I wouldn't have been here as representing a trust because the money would have followed the patient, or wouldn't, depending on when the development took place and people moved in, etc. So it would have been the ICB, or the equivalent of it, the CCG, that would have been sat here, because ultimately the money that the ICB gets is under a separate mechanism, which is a top-down allocation arrangement, which is fundamentally is based on a population at a point in time with a level of growth built into it. And that is based on ONS estimates, based on census taken every 10 years, and then population, they do what they call mid-term estimates or mid-year estimates, where they project forward that population based on the prevailing indices for things like mortality, morbidity, birth rates, etc. They don't take into account the inward migration caused by prospective housing developments. So in other words, the basis on which the commissioner gets the funding doesn't take into account housing developments. So in the old days, I would have, as a commissioner, it would have been me coming to this body saying, well, we don't have the money for it because our allocation doesn't cover it. Now it's the other way around, because ultimately the aligned payments incentive arrangement means that that risk has been passed to the provider. So the bulk of our income is blocked 80%. That can't be varied in year. If I went to the ICB as it is now, I probably wouldn't go with just a list of housing developments, because inward migration by itself is one of many factors driving growth in demand. It's a significant one, but there are others, such as the age of the population. So the age profile is one of the bigger factors. But if growth from the centre that is effectively announced, is almost a political announcement that says growth is going to be X%, we would go to the ICB and say we think that's insufficient to meet our demand, and here's the evidence for that. Here's the underlying trends in say non-elective admissions, for example. That would be quite a short conversation that they would say, well, that's very interesting, but we don't have the funding to be able to pass that on to you. There's no mechanism we have to go back to the centre, ultimately the Department of Health going to the Treasury, to pay you any more money. The cake is only so big. So, the funding, it just isn't there.
Yeah, and you said...
Sorry, Mr. Schultz, presumably, though, the ICB have, I don't know, you tell me, have the opportunity to tweak what they're giving to the individual trust. In other words, there is so much in the overall pot.
Yeah.
They give you an allocation of so much. if you then demonstrate that there is some particular reason why you need more, do they have the opportunity to vary and to tweak individual allocations?
Yeah, I think it's a two-tier system in the sense that there's an allocation to the ICB, and the ICB applies its own set of priorities to how those different demands are met. So in theory, yes, they could say, well, we will weight your demand higher than the demand from the community sector or the mental health sector. There are some elements where they don't have as much scope. So, for example, with mental health services, there's something called the Mental Health Investment Standard, where, again, very much politically driven, and understandably so, but there are, there's a general consensus that there's a shortage of provision in mental health services. So there is a lot of focus on almost hypothecating an element of their allocation to make sure that mental health services are funded appropriately. So they have discretion to a degree, but they're operating within a fixed budget. So that discretion means that, in essence, if more funding goes to the acute sector, then inevitably less goes somewhere else.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but there would be the opportunity, if the case was strong enough, for the ICB to say, I want to give you slightly more weight because of the evidence and information you've presented to us.
Yeah.
So you could get some more money.
That is down to the ICB's discretion, yes, but not without a knock-on impact on other services.
Yeah, I understand
in the
that.
system.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, okay, thank you.
How likely, Mr. Gilks, is it that the ICB will say there is an increase in population as a consequence of housing schemes? We're going to prioritise funding for your acute service at the expense of funding these other elements of the health system locally. How likely, in your judgment, your view, as a commissioner and as a provider, is that going to happen?
In my experience, I'd say very unlikely. It doesn't tend to go that way. What often will happen is, and this is probably true of the health service as a whole, this is a balancing act. Can we look at ways of improving your productivity to address that shortfall? Are there other mechanisms other than finding funding from a already very limited pot? What options are you running at 100% efficiency, for example, UHCW? And while I, as somebody immersed in the sector and as a taxpayer, would I say that we're running 100% at 100% productivity? Well, no, I wouldn't. I know there's a great focus on productivity generally, but are we at about the expected standard for NHS organisations? I'd say probably we are, and we have lots of evidence to show that. So often it just doesn't go that way. Usually what happens is, this is the funding, sorry, don't like it, you're going to have to manage, there are risks, we all have risks to operate in, and this is your lot, get on with it.
In your experience as both a provider and a commissioner in the past, have you ever come across a situation where, on the basis of planning applications, planning permissions, more funding has been granted?
No.
And so if you were to ask that question, what is your best advice, your honest advice to this inspector? Would this funding gap that you say has arisen on your figures in your spreadsheet would be plugged by the ICB? What's the likelihood of that happening? What do you think would happen if you asked?
I would say it's zero. We have a mechanism through which we have access to requesting additional funds. There's a system-wide investment part of prioritisation pot. But that was all used last year for plugging the gap in mental health services. So it's a question of, say, competing priorities, and the funding just isn't there.
Thank you, Mr. Gills. Could you wait there, please? There'll be some questions for you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Bowes. Right, Mr. Richards. When you're ready, you can start your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Gilts, you'll have worked out by now that I ask questions on behalf of Rugby Borough Council, the local planning authority. I've got your 2 witness statements, one from September and one for November. We also have a document which is Appendix 1 to Core Document 17.3, which is the NHS Trust's response during the appeal consultation. Do you have access to that?
I don't think I do, I'll be honest with you. Did you say 17.3?
Yeah, it's attached to the
I haven't got it in front of me.
Rugby Borough Council SIL compliance statement.
I don't have it in front of me, but I mean,
Okay,
is that...
well, I'm sure that somebody over that side of the room will have a copy. Otherwise, do you have access to the inquiry website on your laptop?
I'm sure I do, it's just knowing where to point it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, that would be great. Yeah. I think I probably know the answer to my first question, which was going to be, has this document also got your fingerprints on it? But I think the answer is going to be no. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So have you ever seen it before?
I haven't.
Right. Were you, yes, perhaps when I said, has it got your fingerprints on it, were you the author of this document?
Yeah, no, I wasn't, no.
Okay. Do you know who the author was? He says, I'm asking helpfully on behalf of those on the other side of the room.
I don't. I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to,
Okay.
if I went back to the office, I could make inquiries.
Okay. On page 3, at paragraph 1,
Yeah.
it tells us that the University Hospitals Coventry and Warwickshire Trust has an obligation to provide healthcare services and manages 2 hospitals in Coventry and Rugby, St Cross Rugby and University Coventry. So that's your trust, or the trust that you're
Yes.
part of and here to represent.
Yes.
So you've got 2 hospitals,
Yes.
each having an A&E department?
No, Rugby doesn't have a full A&E. It has what's called a minor injuries unit, which is
Okay, yeah.
a lower class.
I understand what that means, having had my local hospital morph from one category to the other. And then looking at the spreadsheet that you have been familiar with, CD 18.7, so the two hospitals you have, only one has an A&E attendances. Do both hospitals do non-elective admissions?
No, UHCW does non-elective admissions. At Rugby, I think we have transfers. What happens usually is that patients are stepped down into Rugby facilities.
Okay.
Which effectively means when they're coming towards the end of their length of stay, they go to Rugby for rehabilitation.
Yes.
Prior to going home.
Okay. And what about elective admissions?
Yes.
Both will do that?
Yep.
Yeah. And I forget what DC admissions are.
They're day cases.
Day
They
cases.
spend overnight. They're not overnight. Just
So both hospitals presumably have DC admissions?
yes.
Yeah. And outpatient appointments?
Yep.
Yeah. And diagnostic imaging, that's x-rays and scans and stuff, is it?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, ultrasound, X-rays, scans.
Right,
Yes.
okay, yeah, all right. Now, the evidence tells us that a trust, an acute trust, which is the type of trust that yours is, that's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. At paragraph 17, the trust is required to provide the commissioned health services to all people that present or who are referred to the trust. So that's the starting point, is that once you've been commissioned to provide services, then you have to do them whether one person turns up, 10 people turn up, or 100 people turn up.
Yeah.
And the commissioning, as you have told us, is done by what we now call the ICBs,
Yeah.
previously CCGs. And at paragraph 18 in this document, we're told NHS providers, such as your trust, do not have directly allocated funds. That means that you don't get funds directly from the centre.
Correct.
NHS Central,
Yeah.
or Department for Health, or Headquarters NHS, or whatever we want, whatever it's known.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather, each has annual contracts negotiated with ICBs.
Yeah.
So, tell me if I'm making the wrong assumption. Every year, do you go to the ICB, or does the ICB come to you?
It's a joint planning process, is how I describe it. I don't think there's... I mean, to answer the question more fully, the commissioning landscape has changed subtly since the Health Act of 2022. So the commissioner-provider split, as was more of a purer arrangement where you'd have a contract, commissioners and providers would meet and negotiate activity levels. Since the creation of ICBs, prior to ICBs, the precursor organisations were called ICSs, which is systems. The expectation is that systems operate more collaboratively. So contracts still exist, and that mechanism still exists, tariff still exists, albeit under this revised arrangement, a hybrid arrangement, block and cost per case. But the expectation is that you're operating within a fixed income for that system.
Yes. Presumably, an ICB announces the annual negotiating round to be open at some point during the year, does it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's led by NHS England. So normally what happens is, normally just before Christmas, the planning parameters for the following year are published. So that sets the rules, the things like expected inflationary uplifts, allocations for growth will be confirmed at that point.
And therefore, you or somebody like you on behalf of your trust will open negotiations with the ICB for the following year's contract.
Yeah.
And as Mr. Justice Holgate told us in the two High Court cases with which we are all familiar, there is nothing in principle in the rules or the regulations to say what should be taken into account in those negotiations.
No, that's true.
Okay. So why can't you say to the ICB when you're negotiating, we want, please, part of the funding mechanism to deal with expected increases in population from new housing? Why can't you do that?
There's no reason why I couldn't do that. And the way I explain it is that every year, as part of that negotiation, there'd be a discussion around what levels of growth we're planning on for the following year. Now, the funding for that growth has already been published and circulated, and ultimately that's a top-down allocation from the centre to the ICB. We may say we believe that's insufficient based on a number of factors. Housing developments could be just one of a number of factors, but ultimately, say for the sake of argument, the allocation in growth was a 2% uplift, but we believe that our demand will increase by 2.5%. We can have that conversation, and I have many times, But if there's no more money in the system to pay for 2.5%, that conversation usually ends with, we would all love 2.5%, but the money's not there. We can't give you what we haven't got.
Yes, but you just told us that it's a negotiation, and if, for example, the ICB is saying, well, we're proposing to allocate 2% of the money for growth, and you say, no, 2% is not enough, we want 2.5%. Imagine that's the position.
Yep, yep.
And the ICB says, no, you can't have it. How does the negotiation proceed? Why do you then say, well, in that case, ICB, we're simply not prepared to be commissioned by you for next year, and you'll have to look elsewhere?
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it doesn't work like that.
No, well, why not?
Well, because we're public bodies, we're obliged under the Health Act to operate collaboratively. There is no walkaway option in a normal, again in inverted commas, market. There would be the option ultimately to walk away.
Yes.
You'd have a point at which you say, this is the point we can't go beyond. We're walking away. We don't want to work in this environment anymore. Clearly, none of us operates in that environment in the public sector. So there is no walkaway option. So it's a negotiated settlement. But we as a trust are in deficit. Our system as a whole is in deficit. The health system as a whole is in deficit. I mean, the game at the moment, to be absolutely frank, is to be less in deficit than somebody else within your region.
Yes. Because everybody knows that, to coin a phrase, the NHS is too big to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the model that is currently adopted, so far as the block contract elements are concerned, which you've told us is 80% of the allocation from the ICB, that's based on something called APIA.
Yeah.
That's right?
That's right.
Yeah. And that was a system that was introduced as a result of the pandemic, because before the pandemic, the 80% was based on activity levels, pure activity levels, in effect.
Yeah, yes. I mean,
but then something caused the system to be needed to be recalibrated in order for the system to continue to function. Yeah?
So there were moves around. The system was more permissive prior to the pandemic. So some economies chose to operate more as a system than others prior to the pandemic, because they knew this was the direction of policy. So we knew that policy was moving in that direction. The pandemic happened, and it accelerated that process towards operating as these effectively devolved systems with fixed allocations. Now, you can argue the rights of this is public policy ultimately, and I've been in the health service long enough to know that things can change, and certainly the political issue around long waiting lists in the health service very quickly post-pandemic meant that the government wanted to create incentives within the system to make sure that the right levers were there, some kind of enabling policy to encourage providers to do more activity. Yeah. And that's because there's a political issue around waiting lists.
Yeah, but we've been discussing this morning the similarities between how the planning system deals with schools and acute service trusts.
Yeah.
In the school model, the funding is based on a per pupil, isn't it?
I honestly know very little about schools, but I know there's a pupil element to it.
And every year the school has a census day where the number of children in a school are counted.
Right.
And then that's the figure that's used for the next round of budget allocations. And if you end up with fewer pupils than that in your school, you don't have to pay any money back. And if you end up with more pupils than that in the school, you don't get any extra money. Isn't the NHS system a bit like that? There's a system based in part on past activity levels. There's a system based in part on population growth through an application of Office of National Statistics data. It's a system based in part on areas of deprivation that you've told us about. It's just the model that's been chosen. And that model will be full of swings and roundabouts. And you don't have to pay any money back if your activity level is less than was forecast by the model or assumed by the model. And you don't get any more money if your activity level is greater than was assumed for in the model. That's all correct, isn't it?
That's true for the 80%, that's correct.
Yeah. And therefore, there will be swings and roundabouts, won't there? There will be some trusts who end up...
I think the distinction I draw, and I don't know this for fact, there are two elements that I think might be distinct from education. I don't know if schools are able to say that they're full. We can't. So, if we can't turn people away. And the other aspect is that birth rates do go up and down. So you do have years with high birth rates, etc. If you zoom out and take a look at demand for health services over the years, you'll see some small ups and downs, but generally it is upwards. It's not going to come down. And that's mainly driven, like I say, by this population growth in this area, there's population growth for the country as a whole, and there's an ageing population, which are probably the biggest factor is the ageing demographic. Yeah. So demand inexorably goes up.
But, and then we know that we've got, you get some additional funding as a result of waste reduction. So being more efficient qualifies you for extra funding.
No, essentially what it means is it's if you become more efficient, there's a cash releasing element. So you don't get given funding as an allocation in the centre. It means you spend less. So you use what you've got better.
Ah, right. Okay. Now, let's now look at, please, the element that is included for future population growth. And we know that there is an element for future population growth because, A, you've told us, and B, that's what Mr. Justice Holgate found in the Leicestershire case for your note, Madam, at paragraph 62 and 156. Can we look at the spreadsheet, please, in CD 18.7? And that gives us, for the projected 124 dwellings with potentially or assumed 291 people living in them, yes?
Yep.
That gives us a funding gap of 133,754.
Yeah.
And that already takes into account a 20% reduction for affordable housing element, yep, and another 20% for planned care because we're interested in the 80% block contract element. Okay. How much of that £133,754 has already been contributed to by the population growth element in the funding model?
Yes, the best way of answering it is that we know that our we talked earlier about GP registrations, so GP list sizes, which is the most current measure we have of actual population in our catchment. For the Coventry and Warwickshire catchment as a whole, they're going up by about 1.6%, sorry, per year since 2016. In some areas it's higher, so it's in Coventry, for example, it's 2.1%. We also know the percentage that's assumed in the overall allocation that the ICB receives from the centre. They use population projections and their public domain numbers, so they use, for the same years, they've used 0.94% for 23-24 and 0.97% for, it's a projection for next year. So, in other words, we know already that the basis, that element, and like you mentioned, there are other drivers of demand, but you know, pure numbers of populations is one element in that overall calculation. There's a gap between what's used to drive allocations and what in reality is happening on the ground.
But I understand that. But my question to you was this. We know, because you've told us, and so has Mr. Justice Holgate, that the system already includes some element of funding for growth. Therefore, not all growth, not all additional houses needs extra money. Some growth is already catered for in the model, isn't it?
Well, yes.
And there hasn't been a deduction in your spreadsheet for growth already assumed. Okay.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, that there's some growth taken into account already, and therefore, does that mean the growth for this 291 additional people, the inward migration, is that somehow taken into account? You know, I can't say on a specific, are these particular 291 people, are they taken into account in the growth calculation? But what I can tell you is the allocations that are derived from the weighted capitation formula use ONS population projections. The ONS say they don't build in any factors in their projections for prospective housing developments. So in other words, I would say no, they can't be in there. They can't be in the allocation because they're not in the ONS. The source data that the NHSE are using to make allocations don't take into account prospective developments. They do take into account the prevailing birth rates. Say in 2021, when the most recent census was done, there'd have been a calculation there saying this is what the birth rate is, this is what the death rate is. It doesn't say there's a housing development planned to come on stream in 2024, and there's this many people going to move in as a result of that. That's not taken into account.
No, well, be comforted, Mr. Gilks, that many of us in this room have wrestled with ONS projections in one form or another in the past. What the ONS projections do is to forecast increases in the population in a particular part of the country. And then sometimes clever people turn that into forecast in household projections. But let's just stick with population projections for the moment. The contract, or the funding that comes from the ICB to you, originates from NHS Centre. And as I understand your evidence, that there is an element of growth included in the ICB's funding from the centre.
Yep.
And then the ICB passes money on to you and to others.
Yeah.
Do you know how many trusts are negotiating in the annual round?
With Coventry and Warwickshire ICB?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head. I would say something like, I imagine that I think there's about 10 other NHS trusts, and as you can imagine, it's their next nearest trust, and then probably twice as many independent sector providers.
Okay. So 10 NHS trusts negotiating with the ICB for what you say is a finite slice of cake that the ICB has received from above.
Yeah.
But part of the cake is for growth.
Yep.
And therefore it makes sense that part of the money, and you've told us that part of the money that comes down to you includes a growth element in it, as well as a deprivation element and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that part of the money you are already receiving has a growth element in it.
Yeah. The important fact is it's not growth for housing developments.
No. It's a growth for people. Growth of population.
No. Growth of population is a factor. So that's a factor in it, but it's growth in demand. So if our population stayed static, we would still expect growth because the population is aging. There are other factors.
Yes, there are other factors as well. But it's a complicated thing. But part of the money you receive from the ICB is predicated on the forecast that the population in your area will grow.
It's actually growth in demand, which is linked. I accept the point is that a factor driving demand, obviously, clearly is the number of people. If the number of people in our area doubled, our demand would probably double and probably a bit more because of the ageing population.
And the spreadsheet that we've got, CD 18.7, is your forecast as to what the cost will be, suitably adjusted, for 291 people.
Yeah.
And you say, we need that money from the developer because we're not getting that from anybody else.
Yeah.
But at least part of that sum has already been factored in because of the growth assumptions in the money you receive from the ICB, hasn't it?
Well, except the ICB hasn't used the same population. So the allocation to the ICB, the centre hasn't used any information around inward migration caused by housing developments. So it could be that population growth would happen without housing developments. This is on top of the inward migration that would have happened anyway.
But
just so I'm clear on this, are you saying that they don't use housing growth figures at all? Or is that part of one of the issues that is taken into account?
The ONS have said they don't use housing developments in their projections of population, and the NHSE use the ONS figures to drive our population growth figures. So the 1% that is used in generating the ICB's allocation growth, the population-related bit of our allocation growth, that 1%, my argument would be that 1% can't take into account any migration caused by housing. It must be migration, increased density of population or something like that.
But a population is projected to rise. Population in a particular area, that rise can only be caused broadly by two matters, can't it? The first would be if more people are born than die. Yes?
Yep.
And if people move into the area.
Yep.
And the ONS projections look at both.
They do, and you're right. So there will be.
They're not worried where the people are going to live in houses. They're just looking at how is the population likely to change.
So if you had an area where there was no inward migration at all, and say births and deaths were even at the point at which the census was taken. I don't know how far back they look, but when they used the census information as the basis of making projections, you'd have 0% growth. So if then a housing development happened to, is then going to be happen in, say, 2024, you'd have 0% growth, and then the housing development comes along, and that means that there will be inward migration where previously there wasn't. So that can't be taken into account. So the housing development can't be taken into account in the population projection.
All right, let's look at it from this way. Let's look at it a different way. Let's assume you're right, and the ONS projections are looking at growths in population, but is not including any growth that could be attributable to a housing development. And let's assume, therefore, that is the only element of growth that is included in the ICB's funding arrangements with NHS Centre and passed on to you.
Yeah.
And then along comes housing development that adds to the level of growth.
Yeah.
The total result of that growth is or the people who are going to be living in those houses, will either have moved into the area or will have been born in the area.
Yeah.
And you've made a 20% deduction because you've assumed that all of those in affordable housing will have already been in the area.
Yeah, I think there's I don't know the full details of the formula, but we make allowances for the facts to make it a net inward migration. So the density of population of the existing housing will reduce by a tiny bit. People already living there will move out to wherever they're living.
But what I want to know is where in this spreadsheet is the assumption, are the growth assumption fundings from the ICB taken into account? Because, for example, if this £133,754 is as a result of the extra people, okay, but the ICB assumption based on ONS already assumed that there would be some growth, then I would expect you to be claiming the difference between the two. And I think that's what Mr. Justice Holgate was identifying when he told us that nobody seems to have identified what the growth assumption is in the model.
I do understand the point. I suppose the issue ultimately is that we believe the gap is far in excess of housing. We're talking. We think, like I say, I think there's at least a 1%, possibly higher gap between the population assumptions used to drive allocations and what's actually happening, and 1% of the relevant part of the trust. If you express that in pounds terms, you're talking £10 million a year almost.
But when you told me earlier on, and I wrote it down verbatim, I can't be specific on how much growth is taken into account. That's the true position, isn't it? You don't know how much growth the ICB has assumed in its money that it gives to you.
It's reasonable, yes. I think ultimately the ICB is in turn given an allocation from the centre, there's no scope for negotiation with the centre on how much growth you'll get. There's no negotiation with the centre that says, well, hang on a minute, could you just break down that? Say it's 2%. Could you break down that 2% between what's driven by demographic growth, etc.? It's a figure that's arrived at probably through political discussions.
Well, planning is all politics.
Yeah.
As you're probably fast learning.
Yeah.
Because back to this document here. First of all, and to paragraph 6, please. It's not possible for the Trust to predict when planning applications are made and delivered, and therefore cannot plan for additional development occupants as a result. Now, this morning, Casey told us that actually it is possible to predict a year out when new housing is going to be delivered. I guess maybe you didn't know that beforehand, but if there was a town planner in your office whose job was to keep an eye on the local authorities and advise you when housing was about to be delivered, do you now accept that it would be possible to do it?
Yeah. I suppose context would be helpful as well. I do understand that, yes, if there was greater engagement, we could understand the extent and the timing of inward migration. All I'd say in context is it's while significant, it is still a marginal element of our overall demand, change in demand. So in terms of would we gear up our capacity to reflect the additional demand to be caused by prospective housing development that may or may, there'll still be presumably an element of doubt around the timing, etc. Would we gear up? Would we open additional marginal capacity to cover that off? In honesty, probably not, because there are so many other factors. Such a large factor is weather. So there is an element of unpredictability around demand caused by a number of factors, of which population is one.
Yes. So, would we gear up to meet increases in population? Probably not, is your evidence.
Well, would we gear up strategically to say if we knew there was a housing development that was going to increase demand by 10% over the next 3 years? Well, yes, we would certainly need to make plans to make sure we address that additional demand. Now, like you said in your metaphor for the lollipop lady, that might not be additional bricks and mortar capacity. It might be that we would say, well, actually, what we need to do is to make sure that patients flow through the hospital better. That might mean an investment in more community services to allow that to happen. But certainly, we're doing that already. We know we need to do that because we know the system is running under such pressure that really we don't have. We know demography is against us, if you like. Demand is only ever going to increase, and inward migration is just one of the factors driving that.
Yes, but so in other words, although there might be more A&E attendances or non-elective admissions or elective admissions, you might spend the money on community services if that was a way of speeding the patient's process through the system.
Absolutely, yeah. You would, certainly you wouldn't, blindly look at creating more ward capacity in the same way as, you I don't know education, but you might change. You might say the model of providing education might change as a result. If you can't create extra classrooms, if you're landlocked, for example, maybe you have more teaching assistants to float between classrooms. Yeah,
that brings me to the next topic, which is broadly accountability. The way the planning system works with Section 106 contributions is that a contribution is paid and accepted, and then it's accounted for. And frankly, if the money is not spent after a set defined number of years, then the money is repaid. So, for example, let's assume a developer makes a contribution to a road, piece of infrastructure, the road is not built, everybody, then the money is returned.
Yeah.
Everybody can see whether or not the road has been built, and therefore knows whether or not the money has been properly accounted for.
Yep.
How is this £133,754, if it's paid, going to be accounted for? I thought you were telling us that it was going to be spent on improving A&E attendances, non-elective admissions, elective admissions, etc., etc., etc. But you also say, well, appear to be saying, well, that's not how we might spend it. We might spend it doing something else.
I mean, if the expectation is that we would identify the patients, the people who'd moved into those houses and then we could track those individuals to see whether we do see attendances, the level that we predicted. I don't think that's the expectation, though. But ultimately, the money is there to ensure that we've got sufficient capacity to make sure that when they turn up at A&E, that they're seen. Because we have no choice. So if that means that we invest in a slightly different model of care to ensure that the patient does get to ED, and be seen, and if they need to be admitted, they get admitted to a hospital bed, etc.
I mean, this is going to sound very facetious, but I'm only asking it in this way in order to try and illustrate a point.
Yeah.
If I move into a house in the new development, and I then present at A&E, and I see that the waiting time for A&E is 43 minutes on the clock on the wall to be seen, there's not going to be a fast lane for people who are living on the development where there's been a 106 payment in order to make sure that they get some other standard of service, is there?
No.
No. So, again, how is the money to be accounted for? How is the developer to know whether or not what the developer has paid for has been delivered?
Well, I'd say the same answer is that when you turn up at A&E, you get seen. That's the difference.
But that would happen whether the 133,000 went into acute services or into legal services at the trust.
Can I just interject on this point? You may or may not be aware, Mr. Gilks, that what local authorities do in terms of 106 agreements is they monitor them on a regular basis to see that whatever requirements are in there, that they are paid and that they have been used for the purpose as set out in those agreements. That's part of an overall monitoring process which they are assessed against. Now, if this £133,000 came along and it was given to the trust, how could you show how that money had been used in that monitoring process that the local authority undertakes?
So I suppose I'm not sure what we've done before to say how we've earmarked it against specific investments into creating the flexible capacity to enable people to be seen. I don't know how specific or ring-fenced in nature it is. That's not something I've picked up, I'll be honest with you personally. I'm trying to understand, is the money to pay for a specific post in the emergency department, for example? If so, we could demonstrate that and say that's the post there that has been invested in to ensure that patients flow through the system better. I think that's probably what we've done in the past. So if that's, we'll meet whatever transparency requirements and legal requirements.
I mean, it's usually very easy if something that's, say, a building or something like that, it's very easy to see whether that building's been implemented or not.
Yeah.
It's a factual position. But when it's a revenue contribution like this, there needs to be some mechanism by which it can be demonstrated what that money's been spent on. And as you say, it could be a post. You could have a new post on the establishment, or it could be X number of beds are actually created in the hospital. So that is something relatively physical that can be monitored and demonstrated. Yeah. And that's usually how it's undertaken. So I suppose in this case, I want to try and understand if those monies came to the trust, how would the authority or myself here be assured those monies are spent as they are intended to be, and that those monies at this stage can be demonstrated to meet the SIL tests, which includes that they are related to that development and required for that development. How can we square that circle?
We would set out, in that case, as we're talking about revenue, the bulk of the revenue is going to be staff. 70% of our costs are staffing. So we would point you to specific staffing appointments, which may include temporary staffing, such as agency, for example.
Two more topics. The first goes back to in-migration. If people have moved into to houses within your trust's area, not been born here, so they're in-migrants, as we've been calling them,
yeah.
They will have come from somewhere else.
Yeah.
They will have come from perhaps another ICB's area. But on your analysis, that ICB will not have known that they were about to leave and out-migrate. That's correct.
Yeah.
So that ICB will have assumed that they were staying put, registered with the GP they are already registered with in that other area. Yes?
Yeah.
And therefore, the NHS as a whole will have allocated money for those patients, for those residents, but in a different ICB's area. Yeah?
Yep.
But there does not be any way, or does not appear to be any way, of adjusting for that. In other words, you're simply saying the developer must pay rather than some other ICB must pay.
Yeah, so I mean, remember population changes are built into the overall allocation growth, and it's a part of the equation. So it's possible that instead of having in our case, we have a plus 0.97, I think it is, for next year. You may see, I haven't got the table open in front of me, but you may see negative adjustments for ICBs that are having net outward migration. So I understand the issue about moving. It's really just sharing the cake more equitably and reflecting population movements. The other aspect, though, of course, is that we know, as a whole, the UK population is increasing. So
yes, but that question about the system as a whole being, the patients not, the money not following the patients around the system as a whole,
yeah.
Was a matter that exercised Mr. Justice Holgate in the paragraphs 147 and following in the Leicester case. You appear to be saying that as well as growth, there is an element of assumption for this in migration within the system as a whole, in the funding model that you agree with the ICBs?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I don't believe there's sufficient recognition of the fact that the population as a whole, so the England, it's NHS England, so I don't know what the England net inward migration is, but I know that the UK is about 750,000 last year. So is that reflected in allocation growth? I don't think so. It's certainly nothing I've seen that shows that it is.
Yeah.
And I agree. I mean, there are elements of Justice Holgate's judgment which, he mentions the fact that the system is quite complex, and that if we had a different system, it might work differently. I don't disagree. And if we had a pure money follows the patient tariff arrangement, which we did in the past, then all it really would have meant was that I'd be okay as a trust, more patients, more money, less patients. Yeah. The ICB possibly may have been, depending on their situation, but ultimately it's about where the risk sits. So if I can draw the 20%, the elective recovery framework, This is the element that where money absolutely follows the patient, and that's created deliberately to encourage providers who have got spare capacity, and there are some in certain niche specialties, to volunteer to take work from out of area. So there's an arrangement, a system called a mutual aid arrangement, it's called. And without that funding mechanism, trusts clearly wouldn't offer to do more work unless the money followed it, because there are costs that follow that. That works at the trust level, and it works at system, at ICB level as well. So if an ICB as a whole collectively delivers more than its target activity, then the centre, NHS England, will pay them to do that. So money follows the patient from the centre there. But all that means is that it's the centre that takes the risk.
Yes,
so Julian Kelly, who's the CFO for NHS England, will say, I'll take that risk and I'll have that conversation with the Treasury.
And that's part of the 20%.
That's right. I'm just using that as an
80%
example to
block
show how it
contract.
works.
Yeah. Okay. So the model is imperfect. And the model currently, as you perceive it, lands you with the risk.
Correct.
Whereas once upon a time, it didn't.
Yeah.
So what representations are you making up the chain to say this model is imperfect, it needs to be changed?
We do lobby. We lobby as there are various soft, everything from nudge type lobbying to making direct representations through. In our case, it would go through NHS England, which is we're carved up into regions, the Midlands region. So we would make direct representations to our Chief Finance Officer and the board of NHS England.
And who no doubt are beavering away well above your and my pay grade.
Yeah.
Trying to get changes to the model.
Influence policy. And the ERF is one. We didn't have that up until about 18 months. It was created last year but suspended. It was relaunched at the beginning of this year, but people are aware of the industrial action happening in the NHS. That's hampered the ability of trusts to deliver the targets and therefore generate the extra revenue. So the ERF is being modified on almost a monthly basis to try and keep up to make sure that it's current and to make sure that the levers still exist.
Yes.
So that lobbying goes on, and in some cases it's successful, in some cases we're still working at it.
Until reasonably recently, we used to have quite a lot of interesting discussion at these sorts of planning inquiries about how we should calculate the funding required for schools through the planning system. And then eventually, after much toing and froing, the Department for Education and the department responsible for planning, which currently rejoices under the title of the Department for Levelling Up Communities and Housing, or Housing and Communities, produced a joint planning guidance document, which is blessed by the Department for Education and the planning system, which we now apply. So far as I'm aware, there is no similar guidance for health. Are you aware of any?
I'm not.
No. Do you know whether, through the system, representations are being made to lobby for such guidance?
No, I'm not aware. It sounds sensible.
Because at the moment, it would appear, would it not, that the Department for Health, at least, is satisfied, A, that you are appropriately funded, and B, that there is no need to issue guidance about getting additional funding from developers. That must be right, mustn't it?
I wouldn't like to comment. That really is above my pay grade. So.
All right. Now, there is just one other final topic. This is a claim for a funding gap. It's not a claim for additional space in which to treat patients. Because you've got enough space, haven't you, in your hospitals?
Not always, but...
Yeah. Well, one occasionally sees, particularly at this time of year, hospital trust CEOs going on Midlands Today or whatever, saying, oh, well, we're planning to open, we would like to be able to open another ward, or we're planning to open another ward, but, ... In your hospitals, there are presumably wards with no patients in at the moment. Physically, the wards are there.
We don't have whole wings of the hospital that are in mothballs. I suppose the way, right at the beginning we were talking about occupancy rates. It's probably worth mentioning that 98% is an average.
But is 98% an occupancy rate or an activity rate?
It's an occupancy rate. That's one measure. That's right. One measure of so how many beds are occupied. And this is a bed in that sense is counted as a body in a bed at midnight when they do the census. So that's how they're counted. But that includes obstetrics wards, that includes paediatric wards, that includes rugby, which is a rehab centre, all of which you can't put a male patient into an obstetric ward, for example, or a paediatric ward. So that's an average. So in terms of the real percentage of general medical, we have about 1,000 beds at UHCW. About 900 of them are related to unplanned care, so emergency care. So elective care. Just to give this to context, because a lot of elective care now is delivered as a day case, so beds aren't as relevant. In terms of when we open additional capacity in times of extremis, normally that will be opening areas such as theatre recovery areas. So you need a bed that has piped gases to it, for example. That will include day case surgery areas where normally they're there, but they're for day case surgery, ready for 7 o'clock the next morning when the next cohort of patients come in. If you're under sufficient pressure, then you may have to bed people into a day case area overnight.
Okay, all right. Lastly, can we go back to the spreadsheet? And this is all in the context of predicting when people will arrive at A&E, for example. And so far as A&E attendances on the spreadsheet are concerned, we start off with the activity in 2018-19, and you've explained that that's used as a sort of pre-pandemic norm.
Yeah.
Which then gives us an activity rate per annum per head of population, and translates into tariffs and 12 months and the cost for 124 dwellings and a marginal rate and then a marginal impact. And then the next column is a premium cost of delivery. And reading your evidence, that seems to be the cost of hiring the staff at a premium rate at short notice from agencies.
Yeah.
But if you're able to predict now what the increase in activity will be, and if you were able to be told in advance, well, these houses are likely to come on stream in from 2025 onwards, could you not plan for that so that you would not need to go out and hire people at very short notice from expensive agencies?
Yeah, and I think I think the answer is that's the issue, isn't it? Is that if we knew with sufficient clarity that this extra demand was going to present at the front door from, say, the 1st of December 2023, then this is going back to what I said before about gearing up appropriately. And clearly it's better, it's cheaper to have substantive staff in the long run. It's also better for patient care, that goes without saying. But we don't know with sufficient clarity about when these patients are going to present and when the extra demand is going to hit us. So at the moment, what we're saying is we're going to spend the money on temporary, mitigating the additional demand through temporary measures, which is inevitably temporary staffing.
But if somebody was able to tell you, to give you notice, because this is assuming a contribution to cover the first 12 months.
Covers the gap.
It covers the gap before they get onto the GP register, basically.
Yeah.
So, and that's assumed to be 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into how,
Yeah.
you're right, in theory, they hit the register in year, and then the following year, everything's okay. In
Yeah.
reality, it's far from
I
that
understand
because of all the
that. I
limitations.
understand that. But we're looking at a spreadsheet here that tells us at today's prices, at some point in the future, if these houses are permitted, they will be built. And then for the first 12 months, there will be 133,754, a chunk of which is calculated on the basis of agency short-term hiring.
Yeah.
How much notice would you need in order to avoid the agency short-term hiring? 12 months?
If it was sufficiently certain, yeah, if we knew for certain, I mean, again, you're talking about relatively marginal, this particular development is marginal, it's still significant, it's marginal in the grand scheme of things in terms of overall numbers. But yes, if we knew that the demand for definite was going to be there on the 1st of December, with sufficient time we could recruit. So recruitment lead times are probably, for a doctor, about 6 months, for a nurse around 3 to 4.
Okay. So if anybody was, if somebody was able, if you wanted to know, for example, on a particular development, 6 months before a house was likely to be occupied, at that stage it would have started coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
So we could, would that give you sufficient certainty to see a house coming out of the ground and thinking, right, I now know that that's going to be an additional house, and in 12 months' time I'm going to need to have some extra staff in my hospital to look after those people when they present at A&E and for elective admissions and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yes, theoretically, yeah, if mathematically there's no, if the demand appeared at the time it was predicted, I mean, the risk obviously is if it doesn't, that you've committed to, substantive capacity that may sit there in theory and be underutilised because it hasn't happened at the time it was predicted to. So there is a quid pro quo. Yes, temporary staffing is more expensive in the short term, but it's a question of risk again.
Let's end with the question of risk, because I'm just about coming up to my hour and a half. You've told us that once upon a time the risk registered with the commissioners.
Yes.
Now that you perceive that the risk lies with you. You are, in effect, trying to transfer the risk to the developers. And you may be wondering why on earth the local authority is worried about the risk being transferred to the developers. Because it may be, in another case, that the risk comes back on this side of the room, in this way. In some developments, there is only a finite pot of money that the development can stand. Whether it be for affordable housing or for road infrastructure or for whatever. And at some point in the future, the local authority may be lent on, for example, to take less affordable housing as a result of other Section 106 contributions, which is why the local authority is interested to test the reasonableness of everybody who comes along asking for contributions.
Yeah.
We're not saying it would bite us on the ankles in this case, but it might in a future case.
Yeah. No, exactly.
But that's right, isn't it? You've just perceived a risk that once upon a time wasn't on your shoulders, which now you perceive is on your shoulders, and that you want to slope your shoulders and transfer the risk to somebody else.
I think that's a fair comment, and I agree. I accept that there are multiple stakeholders, and there's you have to weigh everything in the balance. I mean, ultimately, you're right. I represent UHCW as an organisation. Increasingly, though, there is less comments these days of them and us in terms of the health sector. So the dividing line between commissioning and provision is dissolving, and that's by design. So I would say whether I was representing an acute trust or the ICB, in this particular case, I'm an employee of the UHCW, but there is I would say, still insufficient money in the system, in the health system as a whole. And while there is recourse to developer funding this, then why wouldn't we pursue that?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Johnson.
Sorry, go on.
Before Learned Friend re-examines, I was listening with interest to the questions raised. I have 4 relatively quick and discrete questions that arise consequent upon that. I recognise that we are not asserting anything in particular, but it's by way of, I hope, helping you in terms of some of the matters which have arisen.
Absolutely fine, Mr. Gurley, because I did say at my introduction that I was quite happy for you to contribute, clearly as you are the appellant, and your client will be responsible for finding these monies if we felt they are to be appropriate and meet the SIL test. So that's fine, yeah.
I'm grateful. Mr. Jokes, good afternoon. One of the matters that you were asked by my learned friend, Dr. Bowes, in chief, was in terms of discussing such matters with the ICB of funding and whether or not there is the prospect of asking for more. And I think your answer was, in my experience, it's very unlikely that the ICB would provide more money. Can I ascertain, has that question ever been asked of the ICB directly in those negotiations?
Not specific to a planning development.
Well, whether it's specific to a planning development, asked on the basis that there is a deficiency due to the growth assumptions made, whether arising from a development or perhaps more than one development. Has that been a discussion raised with the ICB by you on behalf of the trust to whom you act? Yeah,
not in my experience relating to planning developments and the related inward migration. I mean, we have discussions all the time, as you appreciate, around there isn't enough money, because clearly we would, part of that relationship still, even though the commissioning provider divided line is blurring, but there is still a discussion around there's insufficient money, and you'd expect the Commissioner and NHS England and the Treasury and the taxpayer to be saying, we think there is enough money, you just need to be more efficient in how you use it. But so I haven't personally had a specific discussion around inward migration.
So that might be a public policy response taken by government in respect of those matters, rather than whether or not there is a specific numerical justification in any individual case. Government said that's the settlement.
Certainly the way that allocations filter down from the centre to ICBs, and then they in turn are divided amongst their provider network, increasing that seems less of a negotiation and more of an allocation.
Right. So far as population growth is concerned, can you assist us as to what population growth the ICB use, or for the purposes of their distribution to you?
They don't use population growth specifically. We have a discussion around growth in demand, because trusts don't necessarily have a catchment as such, and certainly again it's a phenomenon particularly during the pandemic, but there can be quite material changes in as they use the term, but market share, so flows in patients from one area to another. And an example I'd give is that in Solihull, they significantly changed their take of emergency cases, such that they've effectively downgraded their A&D to a lower grade A&E, which means fewer ambulances go there. That has a knock-on effect to flow around the system. So we've seen an increasing flow into, mainly to South Warwickshire, but partly to UHCW as well. That's an example of the kind of changes in demand that can be driven that aren't necessarily related to migration.
Right. Now, in terms of your CD 18.7, the spreadsheet, that assumes that generated by 124 dwellings is a development population of 291 individuals. What assumption or assessment has been made as to how many of those are inward migrants as opposed to those who are not inward migrants to your trust area?
Is that the same as the...
Have you assumed that all 291 are new?
We've started with the 291, and then we've reduced it by 20%.
Well, that's the affordable housing adjustment. That's not an adjustment based upon those people not being inward migrants. They may well be people who are already resident. What about those who are of the 80%? What assessment have you made for those?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. We've used the proportion of affordable housing, which I believe is what we've used, as a proxy for the level of the proportion of residents who already live within our catchment. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I understand that, but what about the non-affordable housing, the non-20%, the 80%?
So the assumption is that that's all net inward migration. That's all inward migration.
Right. Well, can you assist us as to what the basis is for all of that 80% being net inward migration, as opposed to those who are already resident within your trust area and who are just simply moving from location A to location B within your trust area?
I can't elaborate on it here, I'm afraid. I don't know what the assumption is. There an industry standard? I'm afraid I didn't do this spreadsheet.
Well, essentially, there's nothing to indicate that the origin of any of those people will be from location X or location Y. Certainly there's nothing that I've seen that indicates all of them would be in migration, as opposed to redistribution of people within the trust area. Has that work been undertaken by your trust or anyone on behalf of your trust?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I also don't know whether the 20% is accurate. So it could be that all 100% is net inward migration. I don't know. I might go back and find out that we have, but I'm not aware of it if we have.
An allied aspect is, has any assessment been done to understand the redistribution of population within the administrative area? Because if you go from, let's say, we'll take it very simple numbers, you've got 10 houses in an area, you now have 11 houses. It may be that the population doesn't increase because some people were having to live in unsuitable accommodation in the 10 houses and simply go to the 11 houses. Equally, it may be that there is inward migration that comes by reason of that. Has any work been done within the exercise that you've undertaken in order to distinguish between those two sets of circumstances?
I'm not that I'm aware of. I would just remind, we know our GP registered population is increasing by about 2% a year on average. So, yeah, that's the kind of, I guess we're taking a top-down view of what's happening to our population.
But that may not be referable simply to new development occurring. Would you agree?
I would agree. I don't think, but can either of us say here at this point in time where those people are going to? I don't know whether the 2.35 people on average per household is even representative.
I'm very grateful.
They're working figures.
I understand. I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Jolks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Goatley. There's questions there that I was thinking as well. You read my mind. Okay, I don't think I need to ask anything further at this stage. I think I have a pretty good understanding. So over to you, Dr. Bose, for any points of re-examination.
Thank you very much, Madam. Just 3 questions, if I may, Mr. Jolks. You were asked about the premium cost of delivery column in the spreadsheet. Yep. And you explained that that's reflective of the cost of having to hire people at short notice, and that comes with a premium. And it was put to you, well, if you had notice in the year, 12 months, 6 months, etc., could you anticipate that? And you said yes. But help me with two questions. Can you renegotiate your block element of your contract within the year?
No.
And even if we were to take out the premium cost of delivery element, would there still be a shortfall or not?
Yeah, I mean, we use, I think it's another 20%. I think it's something like we anticipate that of the overall cost, 60% of it is pay, so it's 20% of 60% premium. So yes, it would be less expensive, but there would still be a gap.
Thank you. And if, separate point, you were asked about accountability and where the money would go, would it be possible to audit and account for where the money is spent for this particular purpose, i.e. increasing the flows to the hospital? Would that be something that would be possible for you to monitor and report on to the local authority?
It would be, yes, it would be possible. If we set out from the beginning and said that this funding, we need to meet a requirement to demonstrate that we've spent this funding on ensuring that patients flow through the system better and that the system doesn't grind to a halt. And we've funded a particular post or number of posts to be able to do that, then we'd be able to do it. I'm not saying it wouldn't be slightly awkward in the sense that, I think, would that person only see patient? Would they check the patient's postcode before they saw them? Well, clearly they wouldn't. But is it about generally making the system work? Then yes.
Okay, but would it be possible to do if you had to explain how you spent the money? Would you be able to do that with a degree of particularity? Yes,
and we have done for all previous examples.
And just on those previous examples, who were you reporting to? A planning authority or to somebody else?
I think there's a follow-up process that goes through the local authorities, as far as I understand.
Okay, and your trust has been involved in that?
I can only assume so. I wasn't aware to the level of granularity that the follow-up happened when you were talking about ensuring that the funds had been spent as directed. It will be somebody else within my department that does that, though. So I'm assuming that, given that we have a history, that will have been, those requirements will have been met.
Okay, thank you. And then just about shortfalls and funding gaps, you explained in answers to some questions about future population growth that the GP registration records indicate about a 2% increase in population. And you know for next year the ONS projection is a 0.97 projection in population. So based on that, how likely is it, in your view, that there is going to be a gap in funding between GP registrations that will come on stream the year after and the funding settlement you will get from the ICB?
I'd say very likely.
Okay. And is that an issue that you've raised or your colleagues have raised with the ICB, the difference between the growth that you are seeing and the funding settlement that you are receiving?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there are numerous documents and records of conversations when we describe the pressures that we're facing. That I won't go on at length about them, but clearly we're a system where operationally we are under a lot of stress, and financially that's replicated financially.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gilks. Thank you, Madam. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burrows. Thank you to her, Mr. Gilks. You are released from the witness box. Right, I think that probably concludes all we are able to do today, but I'll just ask if anyone has any final comments or other business that you wish to raise at this point in time.
Can I just say, for my part, I was intending to have a paragraph or two about this issue in my closing submission tomorrow. I wasn't proposing to make any closing submissions now, but if Dr.
My expectation, to be honest, Mr.
Yeah,
Richards,
but I don't know if
yeah.
Dr. Bowes wanted to do anything because he may or may not be here tomorrow.
Still don't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Dr. Bowes.
Are you content for us to make a written point tomorrow? But we're not proposing to attend tomorrow unless you want us to be here, but I can't see we're going to be much assistance to you tomorrow. Are you content for us to sort of summarise make a submission on the evidence that's been heard and present that to you in writing tomorrow, obviously share that with the authority and the appellant, as effectively our proxy closing submissions on this discrete topic?
Yes, provided that is shared with the other parties.
Yeah.
Mr. Richards?
Yes. Very happy with that because if there was anything to respond to, I could then respond to it orally tomorrow. And no doubt so could my own friend Mr. Gately. Dr. Bowes, I think, knows where we are.
Do you want to sort of agree a time frame for this? Because we are quite short.
What time are we going? We're going to be doing conditions on 106.
Starting at 9:30 with conditions and other obligations for an hour and a half or so. Then we'll have a break. So it's going to be mid-morning at least.
It's a tough gig for Dr. Bowes, but it seems to me we probably need to have seen it before we kick off tomorrow. I'm not sure whether that's or around that sort of time.
We don't want to delay your inquiry. So if we aim to have it with the parties by the time you open the inquiry tomorrow, that would hopefully give sufficient time in the body of tomorrow for the parties to look at it, make sure they're happy with it, and then incorporate any response into closing. Would that be an acceptable way of doing it?
Yes. Would you like us to say 9 o'clock or
9:30 will be fine.
Just at the opening of tomorrow's
I've got a
session?
wide variety of talent behind me. We'll be able to multitask.
Okay. So if we say before opening tomorrow at 9:30 then, to be received by all parties, then you've got a bit of time during the morning to have a look at it.
Yes, we'll make sure that Dr. Bowes has got our personal email addresses.
Excellent.
And no doubt he'll send it into your case officer at or about the same time.
Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to have a slightly extended break in the morning if that assists. If you need a little bit of time just to tweak your closings, we could always do that. But we'll see what you need to address anyway at the time. Okay, that's fine. Well, thank you very much for that, everybody. In that case, then, we will draw today's session to a close nice and early. So we will be back again tomorrow at 9:30 with the Rule 6 party, and then we'll continue with our round table on other obligations and conditions.